All praises to the Creator, Yah. So we're going to stop some lies that have been going on. Now, the book of Jeremiah, the Baruch is the continuance of the things that were left out of Jeremiah. And if you go into first and second Baruch, you will find out everything that happened and why the Most High Yah broke judgment down during that time. And we're going to find out some lies that have been told us. I saw someone teaching just the other day, and y'all hear that? Yeah, I saw someone just teaching just the other day that the Northern Kingdom never did the laws. They never fulfilled the laws. And I'm going to prove you to that it's a lie. And that the Southern Kingdom actually committed more sins. More sins. And I'm going to prove to you that the Southern Kingdom will not get to live in Zion. Why? Because of the sins that they committed. I'm going to prove this. We're going to dispel this lie today. Stop teaching that lie. Stop teaching that lie.
Second Baruch, also known as the Syriac Apocalypse of Baruch, is a profound piece of Jewish literature written following the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 AD. Attributed to Baruch ben Neriah, the scribe of the prophet Jeremiah, this text offers a window into the spiritual and existential crises of its time. Through a series of divine revelations and apocalyptic visions, Second Baruch confronts the profound grief and disarray experienced by the Jewish people in this profound work with us. Let the journey begin. The second book of Baruch, read by Christopher Glynn. Chapter 1. And it came to pass in the 25th year of Jeconiah, king of Judah, that the word of the Lord came to Baruch, the son of Neriah, and said to him, Hast thou seen all that this people are doing to me? That the evils which these 2 tribes which remained have done are greater than those of the 10 tribes which were carried away captive. For the former tribes were forced by their kings to commit sin, but these 2 of themselves have been forcing and compelling their kings to commit sin. For this reason, behold, I bring evil upon this city.
Did you hear that? Let's play that again. What did the Southern Kingdom do? The tribe of Judah. What did they do?
Tribes which remained have done are greater than those of the 10 tribes which were carried away captive. For the former tribes were forced by...
Listen to what he's saying.
The second book of Baruch, read by Christopher Glynn. Chapter 1. And it came to pass in the 25th year of Jeconiah, king of Judah, that the word of the Lord came to Baruch, the son of Neriah, and said to him, Hast thou seen all that this people are doing to me? That the evils which these 2 tribes which remained have done are greater than those of the 10 tribes which were carried away captive. For the former tribes were forced by their kings to commit sin, but these 2 of themselves have been forcing and compelling their kings to commit sin. For this reason, behold, I bring evil upon this city and upon its inhabitants.
Did you hear that? And then if you go into Second Esdras, you will see that the 10 tribes left the kingdom. They left the kingdom. They left the kingdom. They did what? They went to Azareth. And then they went to Azareth and they did what? They started practicing the law. So stop lying and saying that they did not. The 10 tribes did practice the law after they left.
And it shall be removed from before me for a time, and I will scatter this people among the Gentiles, that they may do good to the Gentiles. And my people shall be chastened, and the time shall come when they will seek for the prosperity of their times. Chapter 2. For I have said these things to thee, that thou mayst bid Jeremiah and all those that are like you to retire from this city. For your works are to this city as a firm pillar, and your prayers as a strong wall. Chapter 3. And I said, O Lord, my Lord, have I come into the world for this purpose, that I might see the evils of my mother? Not so, my Lord. If I have found grace in thy sight, first take my spirit, that I may go to my fathers, and not behold the destruction of my mother. For two things vehemently constrain me, for I cannot resist thee, and my soul, moreover, cannot behold the evils of my mother. But one thing I will say in thy presence, O Lord, what therefore will there be after these things? For if thou destroyest thy city, and deliverest up thy land to those that hate us, how shall the name of Israel be again remembered? Or how shall one speak of thy praises? Or to whom shall that which is in thy law be explained? Or shall the world return to its nature of aforetime, and the age revert to primeval silence? And shall the multitude of souls be taken away, and the nature of man not again be named? And where is all that which thou didst say to Moses regarding us? Chapter 4. And the Lord said unto me, This city shall be delivered up for a time, and the people shall be chastened during a time, and the world will not be given over to oblivion. Dost thou think that this is that city of which I said, On the palms of my hands have I graven thee? This building now built in your midst is not that which is revealed with me, that which was prepared beforehand here from the time when I took counsel to make paradise, and showed it to Adam before he sinned. But when he transgressed the commandment, it was removed from him, as also paradise. And after these things I showed it to my servant Abraham by night, among the portions of the victims. And again also I showed it to Moses on Mount Sinai, when I showed to him the likeness of the tabernacle and all its vessels. And now behold, it is preserved with me as also paradise. Go therefore, and do as I command thee. Chapter 5. And I answered and said, So then I am destined to grieve for Zion, for thine enemies will come to this place and pollute thy sanctuary, and lead thine inheritance into captivity, and make themselves masters of those whom thou hast loved. And they will depart again to the place of their idols, and will boast before them. And what wilt thou do for thy great name? And the Lord said unto me, My name and my glory are unto all eternity, and my judgment shall maintain its right in its own time. And thou shalt see with thine eyes that the enemy will not overthrow Zion, nor shall they burn Jerusalem, but be the ministers of the judge for the time. But do thou go and do whatsoever I have said unto thee. And I went and took Jeremiah and Addu and Sariah and Jabesh and Gedaliah and all the honorable men of the people, and I led them to the valley of Kidron, and I narrated to them all that had been said to me. And they lifted up their voice, and they all wept. And we sat there and fasted until the evening. Chapter 6. And it came to pass on the morrow that, lo, the army of the Chaldees surrounded the city. And at the time of the evening, I, Baruch, left the people, and I went forth and stood by the oak. And I was grieving over Zion, and lamenting over the captivity which had come upon the people. And lo, suddenly a strong spirit raised me, and bore me aloft over the wall of Jerusalem. And I beheld, and lo, 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the city, each of them holding a torch of fire in his hands. And another angel began to descend from heaven, and said unto them, Hold your lamps, and do not light them till I tell you. For I am first sent to speak a word to the earth, and to place in it what the Lord the Most High has commanded me. And I saw him descend into the Holy of Holies, and take from thence the veil, and the holy ark, and the mercy seat, and the 2 tables, and the holy raiment of the priests, and the altar of incense, and the 48 precious stones wherewith the priest was adorned, and all the holy vessels of the tabernacle. And he spake to the earth with a loud voice, Earth, 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 hear the word of the mighty God, and receive what I commit to thee, and guard them until the last times, so that when thou art ordered, thou mayest restore them, so that strangers may not get possession of them. For the time comes when Jerusalem also will be delivered for a time, until it is said that it is again restored forever. And the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up. Chapter 7. Now after these things I heard that angel saying unto those angels which held the lamps, Destroy therefore and overthrow its wall to its foundations, lest the enemy should boast and say, We have overthrown the wall of Zion, and we have burnt the place of the mighty God, and ye have seized the place where I had been standing before. Chapter 8. Now the angels did as he had commanded them, and when they broken up the corners of the walls, a voice was heard from the interior of the temple after the wall had fallen, saying, Enter, ye enemies, and come, ye adversaries, for he who kept the house has forsaken it. And I, Baruch, departed. And it came to pass after these things that the army of the Chaldees entered and seized the house and all that was around it. And they led the people away captive and slew some of them, and bound Zedekiah the king, and sent him to the king of Babylon. Chapter 9. And I, Baruch, came, and Jeremiah, whose heart was found pure from sins, who had not been captured in the seizure of the city. And we rent our garments, we wept and mourned, and fasted 7 days. Chapter 10. And it came to pass after 7 days that the word of God came to me and said unto me, Tell Jeremiah to go and support the captivity of the people unto Babylon. But do thou remain here amid the desolation of Zion. I will show to thee after these days what will befall at the end of days. And I said to Jeremiah, as the Lord commanded me, and he indeed departed with the people. But I, Baruch, returned and sat before the gates of the temple, and I lamented with the following lamentation over Zion, and said, Blessed is he who was not born, or he who having been born has died. But as for us who live, woe unto us, because we see the afflictions of Zion, and what is befallen Jerusalem. I will call the sirens from the sea, and ye lilium, come ye from the desert, and ye shedim, and dragons from the forests. Awake, and gird up your loins unto mourning, and take up with me the dirges, and make lamentation with me. Ye husbandmen, sow not again, and O earth, wherefore givest thou thy harvest fruits? Keep within thee the sweets of thy sustenance. And thou vine, why further dost thou give thy wine? For an offering will not again be made therefrom in Zion, nor will the first fruits again be offered. And do ye, O heavens, withhold your dew, and open not the treasuries of rain? And do thou, O sun, withhold the light of thy rays? And do thou, O moon, extinguish the multitude of thy light? For why should light rise again where the light of Zion is darkened? And you, ye bridegrooms, enter not in, and let not the brides adorn themselves with garlands. And ye women, pray not that ye may bear, for the barren shall above all rejoice. And those who have no sons shall be glad, and those who have sons shall have anguish. For why should they bear in pain, only to bury in grief? Or why again should mankind have sons? Or why should the seed of their kind again be named, where this mother is desolate, and her sons led into captivity. From this time forward, speak not of beauty, and discourse not of gracefulness. Moreover, ye priests, take ye the keys of the sanctuary, and cast them into the height of heaven, and give them to the Lord, and say, Guard thy house thyself, for lo, we are found false stewards. And you, ye virgins, who weave fine linen and silk with gold of Ophir, take with haste all these things, and cast them into the fire, that it may bear to him who made them, and the flame send them to him who created them, lest the enemy get possession of them. Chapter 11. Moreover, I, Baruch, say this against thee, Babylon. If thou hadst prospered, and Zion had dwelt in her glory, yet the grief to us had been great, that thou shouldst be equal to Zion. But now, lo, the grief is infinite, and the lamentation measureless. For lo, thou art prospered, and Zion desolate. Who will be judge regarding these things? Or to whom should we complain regarding that which has befallen us? O Lord, how hast thou borne it? Our fathers went to rest without grief, and lo, the righteous sleep in the earth in tranquility. For they knew not this anguish, nor yet had they heard of that which had befallen us. Would that thou hadst ears, O earth, and that thou hadst a heart, O dust, that ye might go and announce and share, and say to the dead, Blessed are ye, more than we who live. Chapter 12. But I will say this as I think, and I will speak against thee, O land, which art prospering. The noonday does not always burn, nor do the rays of the sun constantly give light. Do not expect and hope that thou wilt always be prosperous and rejoicing, and be not greatly uplifted and boastful. For assuredly in its own season shall the divine wrath awake against thee, which now in long suffering is held in as it were by rains. And when I had said these things, I fasted 7 days. Chapter 13. And it came to pass after these things that I, Baruch, was standing upon Mount Zion, and lo, a voice came from the height, and said unto me, Stand upon thy feet, Baruch, and hear the word of the mighty God. Because thou hast been astonished at what has befallen Zion, thou shalt therefore be assuredly preserved to the consummation of the times, that thou mayest be for a testimony. So that if ever those prosperous cities say, Why hath the mighty God brought upon us this retribution? Say thou to them, thou and those like thee who shall have seen this evil, this is the evil and retribution which is coming upon you and upon your people in its destined time, that the nations may be thoroughly smitten. And then they shall be in anguish. And if they say at that time, For how long? Thou wilt say to them, Ye who have drunk the strained wine, drink ye also of its dregs, the judgment of the lofty one who has no respect of persons. On this account he had aforetime no mercy on his own sons, but afflicted them as his enemies, because they sinned. Then therefore were they chastened, that they might be sanctified. But now, ye peoples and nations, ye are guilty, because ye have always trodden down the earth and used the creation unrighteously. For I have always benefited you, and ye have always been ungrateful for the beneficence. Chapter 14. And I answered and said, Lo, thou hast shown me the method of the times, and that which shall be after these things. And thou hast said unto me that the retribution which has been spoken of by thee shall come upon the nations. And now I know that those who have sinned are many, and they have lived in prosperity and departed from the world, but that few nations will be left in those times, to whom those words shall be said which thou didst say. For what advantage is there in this, or what evil worse than what we have seen befall us are we to expect to see? But again I will speak in thy presence. What have they profited who had knowledge before thee, and have not walked in vanity as the rest of the nations, and have not said to the dead, Give us life, but always feared thee, and have not left thy ways? And lo, they have been carried off, nor on their account hast thou had mercy on Zion. And if others did evil, it was due to Zion, that on account of the works of those who wrought good works, she should be forgiven, and should not be overwhelmed on account of the works of those who wrought unrighteousness. But who, O Lord, my Lord, will comprehend thy judgment? Or who will search out the profoundness of thy way? Or who will think out the weight of thy path? Or who will be able to think out thy incomprehensible counsel? Or who of those that are born has ever found the beginning or end of thy wisdom? For we have all been made like a breath. For as the breath ascends involuntarily and again dies, so it is with the nature of men, who depart not according to their own will, and know not what will befall them in the end. For the righteous justly hope for the end, and without fear depart from this habitation, because they have with thee a store of works preserved in treasuries. On this account also, these without fear leave this world, and trusting with joy, they hope to receive the world which thou hast promised them. But as for us, woe to us, who also are now shamefully entreated, and at that time look forward only to evils. But thou knowest accurately what thou hast done by means of thy servants. For we are not able to understand that which is good, as thou art, our Creator. But again I will speak in thy presence, O Lord my Lord. When of old there was no world with its inhabitants, thou didst devise and speak with a word, and forthwith the works of creation stood before thee. And thou didst say that thou wouldst make for thy world man as the administrator of thy works, that it might be known that he was by no means made on account of the world, but the world on account of him. Now I see that as for the world which was made on account of us, lo, it abides. But we, on account of whom it was made, depart. Chapter 15. And the Lord answered and said unto me, Thou art rightly astonished regarding the departure of man, but thou hast not judged well regarding the evils which befall those who sin. And as regards what thou hast said, that the righteous are carried off, and the impious are prospered, and as regards what thou hast said, man knows not thy judgment, on this account hear, and I will speak to thee, and hearken, and I will cause thee to hear my words. Man would not rightly have understood my judgment unless he had accepted the law, and I had instructed him in understanding. But now, because he transgressed wittingly, yea, just on this ground that he wot thereof, he shall be tormented. And as regards what thou didst say touching the righteous, that on account of them has this world come, so also again shall that which is to come on their account. For this world is to them a strife and a labor with much trouble, that accordingly which is to come, a crown with great glory. Chapter 16. And I answered and said, O Lord, my Lord, the years of this time are few and evil, and who is able in his little time to acquire that which is measureless? Chapter 17. And the Lord answered and said unto me, With the Most High account is not taken of much time, nor of a few years. For what did it profit Adam that he lived 930 years, and transgressed that which he was commanded? Therefore the multitude of time that he lived did not profit him, but brought death, and cut off the years.
Did y'all hear that? Adam received commandments. But what did it profit Adam that he lived 930 years and transgressed what he was commanded?
Of those who were born from him. For wherein did Moses suffer loss, in that he lived only 120 years, and inasmuch as he was subject to him who formed him, brought the law to the seed of Jacob, and lighted a lamp for the nation of Israel. Chapter 18. And I answered and said, He that lighted has taken.
Read that again for you.
Wherein did Moses suffer?
Wherein did Moses suffer loss, in that he lived only 120 years, insomuch as he was subject, it was subject to him who formed him. The Most High Yah formed Moses. Moses brought the law to who? The seed of Jacob. And lighted a lamp for who? The nation of Israel. He gave the law to who? Jacob. And a lamp to Israel. He gave the law to who? Jacob. And gave the lamp to who? Israel.
Loss, in that he lived only 120 years, and inasmuch as he was subject to him who formed him, brought the law to the seed of Jacob, and lighted a lamp for the nation of Israel. Chapter 18. And I answered and said, He that lighted has taken from the light, and there are but few that have imitated him. But those many whom he has lighted have taken from the darkness of Adam, and have not rejoiced in the light of the lamp. Chapter 19. And he answered and said unto me, Wherefore at that time he appointed for them a covenant, and said, Behold, I have placed before you life and death. And he called heaven and earth to witness against them. For he knew.
Okay, that's Deuteronomy 30. He's quoting Deuteronomy 30.
That his time was but short, but that heaven and earth endure always. But after his death he sinned and transgressed, though they knew that they had the law reproving them, and the light in which nothing could err, also the spheres which testify, and me. Now regarding everything that is, it is I that judge, but do not take counsel in thy soul regarding these things, nor afflict thyself because of those which have been. For now it is the consummation of time that should be considered, whether of business, or of prosperity, or of shame, and not the beginning thereof. Because if a man be prospered in his beginnings, and shamefully entreated in his old age, he forgets all the prosperity that he had. And again, if a man is shamefully entreated in his beginnings, and at his end is prospered, he remembereth not again his evil entreatment. And again, hearken, though each one were prospered all that time, all the time, from the day on which death was decreed against those who transgress, and in his end was destroyed, in vain would have been everything. Chapter 20. Therefore, behold, the days come, and the times shall hasten more than the former. The seasons shall speed on more than those that are past, and the years shall pass more quickly than the present years. Therefore have I now taken away Zion, that I may the more speedily visit the world in its season. Now therefore hold fast in thy heart everything that I command thee, and seal it in the recesses of thy mind. And then I will show thee the judgment of my might, and my ways which are unsearchable. Go therefore, and sanctify thyself 7 days, and eat no bread, nor drink water, nor speak to anyone. And afterwards come to that place, and I will reveal myself to thee, and speak true things with thee. And I will give thee commandment regarding the method of the times. For for they are coming, and tarry not. Chapter 21. And I went thence and sat in the valley of Kidron, in a cave of the earth. And I sanctified my soul there. And I ate no bread, yet I was not hungry. And I drank no water, yet I thirsted not. And I was there till the 7th day, as he had commanded me. And afterwards I came to that place where he had spoken with me. And it came to pass at sunset that my soul took much thought. And I began to speak in the presence of the Mighty One, and said, O thou that hast made the earth, hear me, that hast fixed the firmament by the word, and hast made firm the height of the heaven by the Spirit, that has called from the beginning of the world that which did not yet exist, and they obey thee. Thou that hast commanded the air by thy nod, and hast seen those things which are to be as those things which thou art doing. Thou that rulest with great thought the hosts that stand before thee, also the countless holy beings which thou didst make from the beginning of flame and fire, which stand around thy throne, thou rulest with indignation. To thee only does this belong, that thou shouldst do forth with whatsoever thou dost wish, who causeth the drops of rain to rain by number upon the earth, and alone knowest the consummation of the times before they come. Have respect unto my prayer, for thou alone art able to sustain all who are, and those who have passed away, and those who are to be, those who sin, and those who are righteous. For thou alone dost live immortal, and past finding out, and knowest the number of mankind. And if in time many have sinned, yet others, not a few, have been righteous. Thou knowest where thou preservest the end of those who have sinned, or the consummation of those who have been righteous. For if there were this life only, which belongs to all men, nothing could be more bitter than this. For of what profit is strength that turns to sickness, or fullness of food that turns to famine, or beauty that turns to ugliness? For the nature of man is always changing. For what we were formerly, now we no longer are, and what we now are, we shall not afterwards remain. For if a consummation had not been prepared for all, in vain would have been their beginning. But regarding everything that comes from thee, do thou inform me. And regarding everything about which I ask thee, do thou enlighten me. How long will that which is corruptible remain? And how long will the time of mortals be prospered? And until what time will those who transgress in the world be polluted with much wickedness?
Okay, so
Command therefore in
what's going on here is
mercy.
Baruch is about to get the information on time and exactly what's going to happen when and what. So if you read this book, you will actually know what's going on right before your face. If you read the Baruch, the second Baruch is the future. First Baruch is what happened then. So if you go read First Baruch comes right out of Jeremiah. It comes right out of Jeremiah 31, 30, 32, 33, 34, all the way to 44. And so from Jeremiah 44, 50, you're going to go in there and you put Baruch with Jeremiah between 30 and 50, and it'll explain what happened. Then you go to second Baruch and it'll tell you the future. Okay?
And accomplish all that thou saidst thou wouldst bring, that thy might may be made known to those who think that thy long suffering is weakness, and show to those who know not that everything that has befallen us and our city until now has been according to the long suffering of thy power, because on account of thy name thou hast called us a beloved people. Bring to an end, therefore, henceforth mortality, and reprove accordingly the angel of death, who let thy glory appear, and let the might of thy beauty be known, and let Sheol be sealed, so that from this time forward it may not receive the dead, and let the treasuries of souls restore those which are enclosed in them. For there have been many years like those that are desolate from the days of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, and of all those who are like them who sleep in the earth, on whose account thou didst say that thou hast created the world. And now quickly show thy glory, and do not defer what has been promised by thee. And when I had completed the words of this prayer, I was greatly weakened. Chapter 22. And it came to pass.
Más difícil del menú $5 face de Popeyes es elegir cuál pedir. When our camera gear came down in a crash, we filed a claim with his.
최고의 면접이 될 거야. 죽여버려.
To pass after these things, that lo, the heavens were opened, and I saw, and power was given to me, and a voice was heard from on high, and it said to me, Baruch, Baruch, why art thou troubled? He who travels by a road, but does not complete it, or who departs by sea, but does not arrive at the port, can he be comforted? Or he who promises to give a present to another, but does not fulfill it, is it not robbery? Or he who sows the earth, but does not reap its fruit in its season, does he not lose everything? Or he who plants a plant, unless it grows till the time suitable to it, does he who planted it expect to receive fruit from it? Or a woman who has conceived, if she bring forth untimely, does she not assuredly slay her infant? Or he who builds a house, if he does not roof it and complete it, can it be called a house? Tell me that first. Chapter 23. And I answered and said, Not so, O Lord my Lord. And he answered and said unto me, Why therefore art thou troubled about that which thou knowest not? And why art thou ill at ease about things in which thou art ignorant? For as thou hast not forgotten the people who now are, and those who have passed away, so I remember those who are appointed to come. Because when Adam sinned and death was decreed against those who should be born, then the multitude of those who should be born was numbered. And for that number a place was prepared, where the living might dwell, and the dead might be guarded. Before, therefore, the number aforesaid is fulfilled, the creature will not live again. For my spirit is the creator of life, and Sheol will receive the dead. And again, it is given to thee to hear what things are to come after these times. For truly my redemption has drawn nigh, and is not far distant as aforetime. Chapter 24. For behold, the days come, and the books shall be opened, in which are written the sins of all those who have sinned, and again also the treasuries, in which the righteousness of all those who have been righteous in creation is gathered. For it shall come to pass at that time that thou shalt see, and the many that are with thee, the long suffering of the Most High, which has been throughout all generations, who has been long suffering towards all who are born, alike those who sin and those who are righteous. I answered and said, But behold, O Lord, no one knows the number of those things which have passed, nor yet of those things which are to come. For I know indeed that which has befallen us. What will happen to our enemies I know not, and when thou wilt visit thy works. Chapter 25. And he answered and said unto me, Thou too shalt be preserved till that time, till that sign which the Most High will work for the inhabitants of the earth in the end of days. This therefore shall be the sign. When the stupor shall seize the inhabitants of the earth, and they shall fall into many tribulations, and again when they shall fall into great torments. And it will come to pass, when they say in their thoughts, by reason of their much tribulation, the mighty one doth no longer remember the earth. Yea, it will come to pass, when they abandon hope, that the time will then awake.
Okay, so what time are we in now? Because the stupor is spiritual, meaning you don't understand love. Stupor is spiritual. You don't understand love. Are we in that time? Yes or no? Are we in the time of the stupor? Yes or no? When people don't understand love. Are we in that time? Yes, we are. We're in the time when people think that the law was done away with. We're in a time where people think that people can die for your sin. We're in a time where they think you can just do whatever you want, drink blood and eat a body, and you will be saved. You don't believe you have to practice the law. You don't believe you have to call on God. You don't believe in him. You believe in someone else can die for your sins. That's a spiritual stupor.
The stupor shall seize the inhabitants of the earth, and they shall fall into many tribulations, and again when they shall fall into great torments. And it will come to pass, when they say in their thoughts, by reason of their much tribulation, the mighty one doth no longer remember the earth. Yea, it will come to pass, when they abandon hope, that the time will then awake. Chapter 26. And I answered and said, will that tribulation which is to be continue a long time? And will that necessity embrace many years? Chapter 27. And he answered and said unto me, into 12 parts is that time divided, and each one of them is reserved for that which is appointed for it. In the first part, there shall be the beginning of commotions. And in the second part, there shall be slayings of the great ones. And in the third part, the fall of many by death. And in the fourth part, the sending of the sword. And in the fifth part, famine and the withholding of rain. And in the sixth part, earthquakes and terrors. In parenthesis, the seventh part is wanting. And in the eighth part, a multitude of spectres and attacks of the Shedim. In the ninth part, the fall of fire. And in the 10th part, rapine and much oppression. And in the 11th part, wickedness and unchastity. And in the 12th part, confusion from the mingling together of all those things aforesaid. For these parts of that time are reserved, and shall be mingled one with another, and minister one to another. For some shall leave out some of their own, and receive in its stead from others, and some complete their own, and that of others, so that those may not understand.
Let's go back.
or
Let's go back. Let's learn something today.
famine and the withholding of rain. And in the sixth part, earthquakes and terrors. In parenthesis, the seventh part is wanting. And in the eighth part, a multitude of spectres and attacks of the Shedim.
What is the Shedim? What is the Shedim? What is the Shedim, people? The Shedim is this. Paleo Hebrew, the term Shedim, Hebrew, it means demons and false gods. He's saying that we're going to have spectres and attacks of demons, of false gods. Spectres and let's look up what the word specters are. Demons and false gods. So, what is the attack of the spectre? What did the Most High Yah says we're not supposed to do? What are we not supposed to do? The spectre is what? In the eighth part, there will be multitudes of spectres and the attacks of the Shiddim. What is the spectrum? What is the spectrum? The spectrum in Paleo Hebrew is what the Most High Yah said we ain't supposed to do. Worship the Queen of Heaven. The Queen of Heaven, the spectres are little. The spectrum is over. The spectrum is little, and the spectrum is over. And these are demons and false gods. This is Spectra. Spectra is the Queen of Heaven and the worship in the over. What is the worship over? The Most High Yah says those who are found practicing over. What is over? Over is blood worship. He says in the eighth part, there will be multitudes of the spectra of the attacks of over and the worship of Lilith, and the attacks of demons and false gods. So how do I know the information that I know? I studied, and then I go and translate everything into the Paleo Hebrew. And the reason why I'm teaching this today is somebody lied and said that the Northern Kingdom never, ever, 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 ever served Yah. But if you go in, if you read the whole Tanakh, the whole prophets at least, you'll find out that the Northern Kingdom is Zion. The Southern Kingdom will not get to live in Zion. They will actually be living in the land of Esau. Southern Kingdom, that's Benjamin and Judah, gonna be living in the land of Esau. Now, why? I thought they was the helpers. I thought they was the good ones. Why would they be punished by living in Esau and the Northern Kingdom get to live in Zion?
In the ninth part, the fall of fire. And in the 10th part, rapine and much oppression. And in the 11th part, wickedness and unchastity. And in the 12th part, confusion from the mingling together of all those things aforesaid. For these parts of that time are reserved and shall be mingled one with another and minister one to another. For some shall leave out some of their own and receive in its stead from others, and some complete their own and that of others, so that those may not understand who are upon the earth in those days, that this is the consummation of the times. Chapter 28. Nevertheless, whosoever understandeth shall then be wise. For the measure and reckoning of that time are 2 parts a week of 7 weeks. And I answered and said, It is good for a man to come and behold, but it is better that he should not come, lest he fall. But I will say this also, will he who is incorruptible despise those things which are corruptible? And whatever befalls in the case of those things which are corruptible, so that he might look only to those things which are not corruptible? But if, O Lord, those things shall assuredly come to pass which thou hast foretold to me, so do thou show this also unto me, if indeed I have found grace in thy sight. Is it in one place or in one of the parts of the earth that those things are come to pass? Or will the whole earth experience them. Chapter 29. And he answered and said unto me, whatever will then befall the whole earth. Therefore, all who live will experience them. For at that time I will protect only those who are found in those selfsame days in this land. And it shall come to pass, when all is accomplished that was to come to pass in those parts, that the Messiah shall then begin to be revealed. And Behemoth shall be revealed from his place, and Leviathan shall ascend from the sea, those two great monsters which I created on the 5th day of creation, and shall have kept until that time. And then they shall be for food for all that are left. The earth also shall yield its fruit 10,000-fold. And on each vine there shall be 1,000 branches, and each branch shall produce 1,000 clusters. And each cluster produce 1,000 grapes, and each grape produce a core of wine. Those who have hungered shall rejoice. Moreover, also they shall behold marvels every day. For winds shall go forth from before me to bring every morning the fragrance of aromatic fruits. And at the close of the day, clouds distilling the dew of health. And it shall come to pass at that selfsame time that the treasury of manna shall again descend from on high, and they will eat of it in those years, because these are they who have come to the consummation of time. Chapter 30. And it shall come to pass after these things, when the time of the advent of the Messiah is fulfilled, that he shall return in glory. Then all who have fallen asleep in hope of him shall rise again. And it shall come to pass at that time that the treasuries will be opened, in which is preserved the number of the souls of the righteous, and they shall come forth, and a multitude of souls shall be seen together in one assemblage of one thought, and the first shall rejoice, and the last shall not be grieved. For they know that the time has come, of which it is said that it is the consummation of the times. But the souls of the wicked, when they behold all these things, shall then waste away the more. For they shall know that their torment has come, and their perdition has arrived. Chapter 31. And it came to pass after these things that I went to the people and said unto them, assemble unto me all your elders, and I will speak words unto them. And they all assembled in the valley of the Kidron. And I answered and said unto them, hear, O Israel, and I will speak to thee, and give ear, O seed of Jacob, and I will instruct thee. Forget not Zion, but hold in remembrance the anguish of Jerusalem. For lo, the days come when everything that is shall become the prey of corruption, and be as though it had not been. Chapter 32. But as for you, if you prepare your hearts, so as to sow in them the fruits of the law, it shall protect you in that time in which the Mighty One is to shake the whole creation, because after a little time the building of Zion will be shaken, in order that it may be built again. But that building will not remain, but will again after a time be rooted out, and will remain desolate until the time. Afterwards it must be renewed in glory, and perfected forevermore. Therefore we should not be distressed so much over the evil which has now come, as over that which is still to be. For there will be a greater trial than these two tribulations, when the Mighty One will renew his creation. And now do not draw near to me for a few days, nor seek me till I come to you. And it came to pass, when I had spoken to them all these words, that I, Baruch, went my way. When the people saw me setting out, they lifted up their voice and lamented and said, Whither departest thou from us, Barak, and forsakest us as a father who forsakes his orphan children and departs from them? Chapter 33. Are these the commands which thy companion Jeremiah the prophet commanded thee, and said unto thee, Look to this people till I go and make ready the rest of the brethren in Babylon, against whom hath gone forth the sentence that they should be led into captivity? And now, if thou also forsakest us, it were good for us all to die before thee, and then that thou shouldst withdraw from us. Chapter 34. And I answered and said unto the people, Far be it from me to forsake you or to withdraw from you, but I will only go unto the Holy of Holies to inquire of the Mighty One concerning you and concerning Zion, if in some respect I should receive more illumination. And after these things I will return to you. Chapter 35.
And that I can't sleep. I toss and turn, candles.
You must be
5. And I, Barak, went to the holy place, and sat down upon the ruins, and wept, and said, Oh, that mine eyes were springs, and my eyelids a fount of tears. For how shall I lament for Zion, and how shall I mourn for Jerusalem? Because in that place where I am now prostrate, of old the high priest offered holy sacrifices, and placed thereon an incense of fragrant odors. But now our glorying has been made into dust, and the desire of our soul into sand. Chapter 36. And when I had said these things, I fell asleep then, and I saw a vision in the night. And lo, a forest of trees planted on the plain, and lofty and rugged rocky mountains surrounded it. And that forest occupied much space. And lo, over against it arose a vine, and from under it there went forth a fountain peacefully. Now that fountain came to the forest, and was stirred into great waves, and those waves submerged that forest. And suddenly they rooted out the greater part of that forest, and overthrew all the mountains which were round about it. And the height of the forest began to be made low, and the top of the mountains was made low. That fountain prevailed greatly, so that it left nothing of that great forest, save one cedar only. And when it had cast it down, and had destroyed and rooted out the greater part of that forest, so that nothing was left of it, nor could its place be recognized, then that vine began to come with the fountain in peace and great tranquility. And it came to a place which was not far from that cedar. And they brought the cedar which had been cast down to it. And I beheld, and lo, that vine opened its mouth, and spake, and said to that cedar, Art thou not that cedar which was left of the forest of wickedness, and by whose means wickedness persisted, and was wrought all those years, and goodness never? And thou didst keep conquering that which was not thine, and to that which was thine thou didst never show compassion, and thou didst keep extending thy power over those who were far from thee, and those who drew nigh thee thou didst hold fast in the toils of thy wickedness, and thou didst uplift thyself always as one that could not be rooted out. Now thy time has sped, and thine hour is come.
Y'all know what he's talking about? What is that cedar? That cedar is religion. That cedar is Christianity. That cedar is the Catholic system. That's the cedar.
Do thou also therefore depart, O cedar, after the forest which departed before thee, and become dust with it. And let your ashes be mingled together, and now recline in anguish and rest in torment till thy last time come, in which thou wilt come again and be tormented still more. Chapter 37. After these things, I saw that cedar burning, and the vine glowing, itself and all around it, the plain full of unfading flowers. And I indeed awoke and arose. Chapter 38. And I prayed and said, O Lord, my Lord, thou dost always enlighten those who are led by understanding. Thy law is life, and thy wisdom is right guidance. Make known to me, therefore, the interpretation of this vision. For thou knowest that thy soul hath always walked in thy law, and from thy earliest days I departed not from thy wisdom. Chapter 39. And he answered and said unto me, Baruch, this is the interpretation of the vision which thou hast seen. As thou hast seen the great forest, which lofty and rugged mountains surrounded, this is the word. Behold, the days come, and this kingdom will be destroyed, which once destroyed Zion, and it will be subjected to that which comes after it. Moreover, that also again after a time will be destroyed, and another, a third will arise, and that also will have dominion for its time, and will be destroyed. And after these things, a fourth kingdom will arise, whose power will be harsh and evil, far beyond those which were before it. And it will rule many times as the forests on the plain, and it will hold fast for times, and will exalt itself more than the cedars of Lebanon. And by it the truth will be hidden, and all those who are polluted with iniquity will flee to it, as evil beasts flee and creep into the forest.
Let's read that again. Let's read that again. Let's read that again. And after these things, a fourth kingdom will arise. That's the Papa. That is Christianity. That's Lucifer's kingdom. That's blood drinking. That's over practice. That's Lilith worship. That's King of Heaven, Queen of Heaven worship. Whose power will be harsh and evil, far beyond those which were before it. And it will rule many times as the forest on the plain. And it will hold fast 4 times, and will exalt itself more than the cedars of Lebanon. Do you hear this? And by it, the truth will be hidden. The truth is hidden. The truth is hidden from us in Christianity, people. The truth is hidden from us in Christianity. And all those who are polluted in iniquity, the ones who love sin, who loves wickedness, he says you're going to do what? You will flee to that religion. Evil beasts will flee to that religion and creep into that forest. So there will be beasts in that religion, and there was people who love sin will go to that religion. Why? Why? Because they think all they got to do is drink some blood and eat somebody, and somebody can die for your sin. So you can just do whatever you want, as long as you believe, and as long as you drink some blood and eat some bodies, do sacrifices, you will be good. That's the beast system. We have been in the beast system. Y'all looking for the beast system to come. We already in it. That's the fourth. And he said, for 4 times. It will hold fast for 4 times. 400 years, y'all. And the 400 years is up. And the 400 years is up.
And it will come to pass when the time of its consummation that it should fall has approached. Then the principate of my Messiah will be revealed, which is like the fountain and the vine. And when it is revealed, it will root out the multitude of its host. And as touching that which thou hast seen, the lofty cedar which was left of that forest, and the fact that the vine spoke those words with it which thou didst hear, this is the word. Chapter 40. The last leader of that time will be left alive when the multitude of his hosts will be put to the sword, and he will be bound, and they will take him up to Mount Zion, and my Messiah will convict him of all his impieties, and will gather and set before him all the works of his hosts. And afterwards he will put him to death, and protect the rest of my people, which shall be found in the place which I have chosen. And his principate will stand forever, until the world of corruption is at an end, and until the times aforesaid are fulfilled. This is thy vision, and this is the interpretation. Chapter 41. And I answered and said, for whom and for how many shall these things be? Or who will be worthy to live at that time? For I will speak before thee everything that I think, and I will ask of thee regarding those things which I meditate. For lo, I see many of thy people who have withdrawn from thy covenant, and cast from them the yoke of thy law. But others again I have seen who have forsaken their vanity, and fled for refuge beneath thy wings. What therefore will be to them? Or how will the last time receive them? Or perhaps the time of these will assuredly be weighed, and as the beam inclines, will they be judged accordingly? Chapter 42. And he answered and said unto me, these things also will I show unto thee. As for what thou didst say, to whom will these things be, and how many will they be? To those who have believed, there shall be the good which was spoken of aforetime, and to those who despise, there shall be the contrary of these things. And as for what thou didst say regarding those who have drawn near and those who have withdrawn, this is the word. As for those who were before subject, and afterwards withdrew and mingled themselves with the seed of mingled peoples, the time of these was the former, and was accounted as something exalted. As for those who before knew not, but afterwards knew life, and mingled only with the seed of the people which had separated itself, the time of these is the latter, and is accounted as something exalted. And time shall succeed to time, and season to season. One shall receive from another, and then with a view to the consummation shall everything be compared, according to the measure of the times and the hours of the seasons. For corruption shall take those that belong to it, and life those that belong to it. And the dust shall be called, and there shall be said to it, give back that which is not thine, and raise up all that thou hast kept until its time.
So this is again talking about the resurrection. The resurrection, the final resurrection. When the Most High God comes back and he says, shake the dust out of you, he's talking about resurrection. Go through and read all the scriptures when he's talking about dust. That's resurrection, shake death off of you.
Chapter 43. But do thou, Baruch, direct thy heart to that which has been said to thee, and understand those things which have been shown to thee. For there are many eternal consolations for thee. For thou shalt depart from this place, and thou shalt pass from the regions which are now seen by thee, and thou shalt forget whatever is corruptible, and shalt not again recall those things which happen among mortals. Go therefore, and command thy people, and come to this place, and afterwards fast 7 days. Then I will come to thee and speak with thee. Chapter 44. And I, Baruch, went from thence and came to my people. And I called my firstborn son, and the Gedaliahs, my friends, and 7 of the elders of the people. And I said unto them, Behold, I go unto my fathers according to the way of all the earth. But withdraw ye not from the way of the law, but guard and admonish the people which remain, lest they withdraw from the commandments of the Mighty One. For ye see that he whom we serve is just, and our Creator is no respecter of persons. And see ye what hath befallen Zion, and what hath happened to Jerusalem. For the judgment of the Mighty One shall thereby be made known, and his ways, which though past finding out, are right. For if ye endure and persevere in his fear, and do not forget his law, the times shall change over you for good, and ye shall see the consolation of Zion, because whatever is now is nothing, but that which shall be is very great. For everything which is corruptible shall pass away, and everything that dies shall depart, and all the present time shall be forgotten, nor shall there be any remembrance of the present time, which is defiled with evils. For that which runs now runs unto vanity, and that which prospers shall quickly fall and be humiliated. For that which is to be shall be the object of desire, and for that which comes afterwards shall we hope, for it is a time that passes not away, and the hour comes which abides forever. And the new world comes, which does not turn to corruption those who depart to its blessedness, and has no mercy on those who depart to torment, and leads not to perdition those who live in it. For these are they who shall inherit that time which has been spoken of. Theirs is the inheritance of the promised time.
Okay, that's now he's answering his question. He's saying the people that run away from the wickedness and start going back and following Yah and following his laws and following his commands and stuff, this is their going to be their reward. So let's listen to that again. Baruch asked the Most High Yah, what is going to happen to those? He said, I saw those. He showed Baruch the beginning to the end. And at the end, he saw those who ran into under the wings of the Most High Yah. The Most High Yah, running under the wings of the Most High Yah, is going back to Yah's laws, going back to his statutes and commandments, and going back to his word and his words only. So Baruch asked the question, what is going to happen to these people that I saw running back? He showed him everything. I told you, the Most High Yah, if you go to him, he will show you everything. Jeremiah 33:3. Go read it. He said, if you ask me, I will tell you. I asked him, he showed me what it looked. You can do this too.
He is very great. For everything that is corruptible shall pass away, and everything that dies shall depart, and all the present time shall be forgotten, nor shall there be any remembrance of the present time, which is defiled with evils.
Okay, so, and this is not the only place in the Tanakh where it says, we will not remember this. We will not remember evil time. We will not remember evil people. It will be wiped out of our mind, and we will get all new everything. That's in Jeremiah. It won't even exist to us anymore.
Which runs now, runs unto vanity, and that which prospers shall quickly fall and be humiliated.
Okay, what is vanity? Vanity is serving and not serving without the law. Trying to please Yah without the law. With trying to do everything without the law. That's vanity. So when you see in the scriptures, the Most High Yah says vanity. that is trying to please the Most High Yah without doing the law. Vanity is trying, so we're in a time of vanity, for that which runs now runs unto vanity. But what is going on now is unto vanity. And that which prospers shall quickly fall and be humiliated. They will be humiliated. Because they are running under vanity. Oh. Thank you. So what is going on is now vanity. Vanity. Do you want to take him? So what is going on is vanity. That which prospers shall what? Fall and be humiliated.
For that which is to be shall be the object of desire, and for that which comes afterwards shall we hope, for it is a time that passes not away, and the hour comes which abides forever. And a new world comes, which does not turn to corruption those who depart to its blessedness, and has no mercy on those who depart to torment, and leads not to perdition those who live in it. For these are they who shall inherit that time which has been spoken of. Theirs is the inheritance of the promised time. These are they who have acquired for themselves treasures of wisdom, and with them are found stores of understanding. And from mercy have they not withdrawn, and the truth of the law have they preserved.
Okay, so the people who are going to be saved, what do they do? What do these people, how are they going to be saved? What do? These are they who acquire themselves treasures of wisdom. Wisdom. So they treasure wisdom. With them are found the stores of understanding. They understand wisdom and understand the law. And for mercy have they not withdrawn, and for the truth of the law have they preserved. So they go and preserve the truth of the law. What's the law say? Do you know the law? I'm asking you to ask yourself these questions. So that's the one thing we cannot do for you. We can lead you to the law. And we cannot make you preserve the truth of the law. You have to do that on your own. Each person is responsible for his own iniquity. Each person. Each person. You find that in 2 Chronicles. You can find that in Ezekiel. You can find that in Deuteronomy. Each person is responsible for their own iniquities. So I can guide you to the laws, but I cannot make you practice them. I can tell you all day long what the law says, but that don't mean you're going to hear it, you're going to understand it, and you're going to love it. All I can do is this part right here. Let's teach you that the law saves. That the law makes you live. The law gives life. The law gives you this reward right here. For these are they who shall inherit that time which has been spoken of. You know, that time of peace. Their inheritance is this promised time. The peace and happiness, no more death, all that. Those are the people that inherit that. Those who do what? Withdraw themselves from wickedness, do not live in vanity. They themselves treasure wisdom. They store up understanding, and the truth of the law they preserve. These are the people who will be saved.
Then shall be given the world to come. But the dwelling of the rest, who are many, shall be in the fire. Chapter 4.
The dwelling of the rest, who are many, going to be where? They're going to be in the fire. They're going to Sheol. The rest are going to Sheol. For those people who saying there's no place. Let me let y'all know that again. Stop teaching that lie.
Its blessedness, and has no mercy on those who depart to torment, and leads not to perdition those who live in it. For these are they who shall inherit that time which has been spoken of. And theirs is the inheritance of the promised time. These are they who have acquired for themselves treasures of wisdom, and with them are found stores of understanding. And from mercy have they not withdrawn, and the truth of the law have they preserved. For to them shall be given the world to come. But the dwelling of the rest, who are many, shall be in the fire. Chapter 45. Do ye therefore, so far as ye are able, instruct the people, for that labor is ours. For if ye teach them, ye will quicken them. Chapter 46. And my son and the elders of the people answered and said unto me, Has the mighty one humiliated us to such a degree as to take thee from us quickly? Then truly we shall be in darkness, and there shall be no light to the people who are left. For where again shall we seek the law? Or who will distinguish for us between death and life? And I said unto them, The throne of the mighty one I cannot resist. Nevertheless, there shall not be wanting to Israel a wise man, nor a son of the law to the race of Jacob. But only prepare ye your hearts, that ye may obey the law, and be subject to those who in fear are wise and understanding. And prepare your souls, that ye may not depart from them. For if ye do these things, good tidings shall come unto you, which I before told you of, nor shall ye fall into the torment of which I testified to you before. But with regard to the word that I was to be taken, I did not make it known to them or to my son. Chapter 47. And when I had gone forth and dismissed them, I went thence and said unto them, Behold, I go to Hebron, for thither the mighty one hath sent me. And I came to that place where the word had been spoken unto me, and I sat there and fasted 7 days. Chapter 48. And it came to pass after the 7th day that I prayed before the mighty one and said, O my Lord, thou summonest the advent of the times, and they stand before thee. Thou causest the power of the ages to pass away, and they do not resist thee. Thou arrangest the method of the seasons, and they obey thee. Thou alone knowest the duration of the generations, and thou revealest not thy mysteries to many. Thou makest known the multitude of the fire, and thou weighest the lightness of the wind. Thou explorest the limit of the heights, and thou scrutinizest the depths of the darkness. Thou carest for the number which pass away, that they may be preserved, and thou preparest an abode for those that are to be. Thou rememberest the beginning which thou hast made, and the destruction that is to be thou forgettest not. With nods of fear and indignation thou commandest the flames, and they change into spirits. And with a word thou quickenest that which was not, and with mighty power thou holdest that which has not yet come. Thou instructest created things in the understanding of thee, and thou makest wise the spheres, so as to minister in their orders. Armies innumerable stand before thee and minister in their orders quietly at thy nod. Hear thy servant, and give ear to my petition. For in a little time are we born, and in a little time do we return. But with thee, hours are as a time, and days as generations. Be not therefore wroth with man, for he is nothing. And take not account of our works, for what are we? For lo, by thy gift do we come into the world, and we depart not of our own will. For we said not to our parents, beget us, nor did we send to Sheol and say, receive us. What therefore is our strength, that we should bear thy wrath? Or what are we, that we should endure thy judgment? Protect us in thy compassions, and in thy mercy help us. Behold the little ones that are subject unto thee, and save all that draw nigh unto thee, and destroy not the hope of our people, and cut not short the times of our aid. For this is the nation which thou hast chosen, and these are the people to whom thou findest no equal. But I will speak now before thee, and I will say as my heart thinketh. In thee do we trust, for lo, thy law is with us, and we know that we shall not fall as long as we keep thy statutes. To all time are we blessed at all events in this, that we have not mingled with the Gentiles. We are all one celebrated people who have received one law from one, and the law which is amongst us will aid us, and the surpassing wisdom which is in us will help us. And when I had prayed and said these things, I was greatly weakened. And he answered and said unto me, Thou hast prayed simply, O Baruch, and all thy words have been heard. But my judgment exacts its own, and my law exacts its rights. For from thy words I will answer thee, and from thy prayer I will speak to thee. For this is as follows. He that is corrupted is not at all. He has both wrought iniquity so far as he could do anything, and has not remembered my goodness, nor accepted my long-suffering. Therefore thou shalt surely be taken up, as I before told thee. For that time shall arise which brings affliction, for it shall come and pass by with a quick vehemence, and it shall be turbulent, coming in the heat of indignation. And it shall come to pass in those days that all the inhabitants of the earth shall be moved one against another, because they know not that my judgment has drawn nigh. For there shall not be found many wise at that time, and the intelligent shall be but a few. Moreover, even those who know shall most of all be silent. And there shall be many rumors and tidings not a few, and the doings of the phantasmator shall be manifest, and promises not a few be recounted. Some of them shall prove idle, and some of them shall be confirmed. And honor shall be turned into shame, and strength humiliated into contempt, and probity destroyed, and beauty shall become ugliness. And many shall say to many at that time, Where hath the multitude of intelligence hidden itself? And whither hath the multitude of wisdom removed itself? And whilst they are meditating these things, then envy shall arise in those who had not thought aught of themselves, and passion shall seize him that is peaceful, and many shall be stirred up in anger to injure many, and they shall rouse up armies in order to shed blood, and in the end they shall perish together with them. And it shall come to pass at the selfsame time that a change of times shall manifestly appear to every man, because in all those times they polluted themselves, and they practiced oppression, and walked every man in his own works, and remembered not the law of the Mighty One. Therefore, a fire shall consume their thoughts, and in flame shall the meditation of their reins be tried. For the judge shall come, and will not tarry, because each of the inhabitants of the earth knew when he was transgressing. My law they knew not by reason of their pride. And many shall then assuredly weep, yea, over the living more than over the dead. And I answered and said, O Adam, what hast thou done to all those who were born from thee? And what will be said to the first Eve who hearkened to the serpent? For all this multitude are going to corruption, nor is there any numbering of those whom the fire devours. But again I will speak in thy presence. Thou, O Lord, my Lord, knowest what is in thy creature. For thou didst of old command the dust to produce Adam. Thou knowest the number of those who were born from him, and how far they have sinned before thee, who have existed and not confessed thee as their creator. And as regards all these, their end shall convict them, and thy law, which they have transgressed, shall requite them on thy day. But now let us dismiss the wicked, and inquire about the righteous. And I will recount their blessedness, and not be silent in celebrating their glory, which is reserved for them. For assuredly, as in a little time, in this transitory world in which ye live, ye have endured much labor, so in that world to which there is no end, ye shall receive great light. Chapter 49. Nevertheless, I will again ask from thee, O Mighty One. I will ask mercy from him who made all things. In what shape will those live who live in thy day? Or how will the splendor of those who are after that time continue? Will they then resume this form of the present and put on these entrammeling members, which are now involved in evils, and in which evils are consummated? Or wilt thou perchance change these things which have been in the world, as also the world? Chapter 50. And he answered and said unto me, Hear, Baruch, this word, and write in the remembrance of thy heart all that thou shalt learn. For the earth shall then assuredly restore the dead which it now receives, in order to preserve them. It shall make no change in their form, but as it has received, so shall it restore them. And as I delivered them unto it, so also shall it raise them. For then it will be necessary to show to the living that the dead have come to life again, and that those who have departed have returned again. And it shall come to pass, when they have severally recognized those whom they now know, then judgment shall grow strong, and those things which were before were spoken of shall come. Chapter 51.
So there's a resurrection, people. There's a resurrection coming. We will see it with our own eyes. That's what this just said.
It shall come to pass, when that appointed day has gone by, that then shall the aspect of those who are condemned be afterwards changed, and the glory of those who are justified. For the aspect of those who now act wickedly shall become worse than it is, as they shall suffer torment. Also, as for the glory of those who have now been justified in my law, who have had understanding in their life, and who have planted in their heart the root of wisdom, then their splendor shall be glorified in changes, and the form of their face shall be turned into the light of their beauty, that they may be able to acquire and receive the world which does not die, which is then promised to them. For over
You
this,
hear that? So let's read that again.
the torment.
So the people who act wickedly, they should become worse. and they shall suffer torment. But as for the glory of those who have now been justified in my law, you have been justified by the law. You have had understanding, and they who have had understanding in their life, we understand the law. Those who have planted in their heart the root of wisdom, who planted in your heart wisdom. This is why I keep telling you to pray to the Most High Yah, give you a clean heart. Clean heart so that wisdom can enter into your heart. Empty you out of the ways of the world so the wisdom can enter into your heart. Then the splendor shall be glorified in changes, and the form of their face shall turn into what? Beauty.
Also, as for the glory of those who have now been justified in my law, who have had understanding in their life, and who have planted in their heart the root of wisdom, then their splendor shall be glorified in changes, and the form of their face shall be turned into the light of their beauty, that they may be able to acquire and receive the world which does not die, which is then promised to them.
So
For over this,
when
above all,
the
shall
Most High
those
Yah
who come then lament.
So when the Most High Yah, for those who are putting the law in your heart, emptying yourselves of the ways of the world, and putting the law in your heart, you're going to be changed so you can receive the new world that does not die. See, right now, death is on the earth. Death is going away. For who? Israel. For who? Jacob. Death will still be on the table for the wicked. You can find this in Jeremiah. This all goes with Jeremiah. Go to Jeremiah 31. It'll tell you that the righteous, that his servants will live as long as trees, as old as trees. But the wicked, they will die at the age of 100.
Meant that they rejected my law and stopped their ears that they might not hear wisdom nor receive understanding. When therefore they see those over whom they are now exalted, but who shall then be exalted and glorified more than they shall respectively be transformed, the latter into the splendor of angels.
Did you hear this? Did you hear this? We're going to get what? We're going to get what? Over whom they are now exalted, the wicked. But who shall be exalted and glorified more than they? They shall respectively be transformed, and the latter into the splendor of angels. We're going to get the form of angels. And the former shall yet more waste away, and wonder at the visions and beholding of the forms. We're going to get the splendor of the angels that live with Yah, and the wicked people are still going to die. Death will still be on the table for them. Death will still be on the table for them. Do y'all understand and understand that? But there's very few people who wants the law. You tell them the law, they tell you it's done away with. They tell you they don't want to do it. They tell you they don't need it. That somebody died for their sins. Well, this is what you're going to get. He says that they that reject my law and stop their ears, that they may not even hear the wisdom and receive the understanding. You know, debating, arguing, telling you what Pope said, telling you what Paul said, telling you what Matthew said. You never say what thus says the Most High Yah said. You're only telling people what these people said. Thus the rejection of his law. You are rejecting the law of the Most High Yah. A majority of people is rejecting the laws of the Most High Yah. Look around you. There's very few people who love the law. Very few. And very few people who wants to teach it. In fact, today, on Yah holiday, which is Sunday, you know, the worship of the sun, y'all rejecting the law. I actually had somebody tell me, nobody don't care about that law. And y'all showed me that these people don't care about the law. This man told me that nobody cares about the law. And in fact, he called it stupid law. He called the law stupid. Nobody don't care about that stupid law. That's what he said. And this is what he's going to get. Because he rejected the law. This guy told me that nobody cares about the stupid law. He rejected the law. And stop their ears. Might not hear, so they won't hear wisdom and receive the understanding of it. So the Most High Yah is sending, the Most High Yah has sent Elijah here. Elijah, the spirit of Elijah is on us. And we're telling you, Yah only, Yah only, Yah only, Yah only, Yah only. And there's men coming out of their mouth saying, we don't care about the law. That's rejecting it. That's rejecting it right there.
And the former shall yet more waste away in wonder at the visions and in the beholding of the forms. For they shall first behold and afterwards depart to be tormented. But those who have been saved by their works, and to whom the law has now been a hope and understanding and expectation.
So Christianity teaches you cannot be saved through works. Christianity teaches you that you cannot be saved through works. And what does it say? Those who have been saved by their works. And to those who the law has been now a hope. Those who have been saved by their works. You've been saved by your works, by doing the law. What is it in Christianity? You know, that false doctrine. Let's read what it says right here. In Christianity. In Christianity, in Ephesians 2, it says, for by grace you have been saved through faith, that not by yourself. It is the gift, not works, lest you boast. But it says here, those who've been saved by works. Then it says in Galatians 2, knowing that a man is not justified by his works. It says here, you are saved by your works. In Romans 6, the wages of sins is death, but the free gift of eternal life is from Christ. It says here, you saved by your works. Titus, he saved us not because we done works of righteousness. John 6, he who acts of the works required by God. And Jesus says, the work of God is this, believe in the one he sent. It says here, those who are saved by their works. You're saved by your works. You're saved by your works. I just read you 5 scriptures in your New Testament that tells you cannot be saved by your work. It goes against what this says. Those who have been saved. How many times do I need to say it? Do I need to say it again? I wish I had a pointer so I can stay sitting down. It says those who have been saved by their works, and to whom the law has been now hope, and the understanding and the expectation, and wisdom and wisdom a confidence. shall wonders appear in that time. Those who have been saved by those works. Christianity teaches you don't do any work, just believe on some dude. The Most High Yah says you'll be saved by your works. This is the completion of the book of Jeremiah. It tells you in the beginning that Jeremiah is the one. If you go in the book of Jeremiah and then you go read this, these books go together. You will be saved by your works. Of what? The law. Whew, y'all. I gotta sit my butt down. I wish I had a pointer.
And wisdom of confidence shall wonders appear in their time. For they shall behold the world which is now invisible to them. And they shall behold the time which is now hidden from them. And time shall no longer age them. For in the heights of that world shall they dwell. And they shall be made like unto the angels, and be made equal to the stars. And they shall be changed into every form they desire, from beauty into loveliness, and from light into the splendor of glory. For there shall be spread before them the extents of paradise, and there shall be shown to them the beauty of the majesty of the living creatures which are beneath the throne, and all the armies of the angels who are now held fast by my word, lest they should appear, and are held fast by a command, that they may stand in their places till their advent comes. Moreover, there shall then be excellency in the righteous, surpassing that in the angels. For the first shall receive the last, those whom they were expecting, and the last those of whom they used to hear that they had passed away. For they have been delivered from this world of tribulation, and laid down the burden of anguish. For what then have men lost their life? And for what have those who are on the earth exchanged their soul? For then they chose not for themselves this time, which beyond the reach of anguish could not pass away, but they chose for themselves that time, whose issues are full of lamentations and evils. And they denied the world which ages not, those who come to it. And they rejected the time of glory, so that they shall not come to the honor of which I told thee before. Chapter 52. And I answered and said, How?
At Walden University,
Marcia.
we get the W.
We create opportunities, not wait for them.
We look forward, not back.
We focus on what matters.
Learn the skills to get us there and do it on our time.
Now it's your time.
Get the W.
Walden University. Set a course for change.
They're gonna get them commercials, aren't they?
This is Buick now. Buick.
How can we forget those for whom woe is then reserved? And why therefore do we again mourn for those who die? Or why do we weep for those who depart to Sheol? Let lamentations be reserved for the beginning of that coming torment, and let tears be laid up for the advent of the destruction of that time. But even in the face of these things will I speak. And as for the righteous, what will they do now? Rejoice ye in the suffering which ye now suffer. For why do ye look for the decline of your enemies? Make ready your soul for that which is reserved for you, and prepare your souls for the reward which is laid up for you.
Hallelujah.
Chapter 53. And when I'd said these things, I fell asleep there. I saw a vision, and lo, a cloud was ascending from a very great sea, and I kept gazing upon it. And lo, it was full of waters, white and black, and there were many colors in those selfsame waters. And as it were, the likeness of great lightning was seen at its side. And I saw the cloud passing swiftly in quick courses, and it covered all the earth. And it came to pass after these things, that cloud began to pour upon the earth the waters that were in it. And I saw that it was not one and the same likeness in the waters which descended from it. For in the beginning they were black, and many for the time. And afterwards I saw that the waters became bright, but they were not many. And after these things again, I saw black waters, and after these things again, bright, and again black, and again bright. Now this was done 12 times, but the black were always more numerous than the bright. And it came to pass at the end of the cloud, that lo, it rained black waters, and they were darker and had been all those waters that were before. And fire was mingled with them. And where those waters descended, they wrought devastation and destruction. And after these things, I saw how that lightning, which I had seen on the summit of the cloud, seized hold of it and hurled it to the earth. Now that lightning shone exceedingly, so as to illuminate the whole earth. And it healed those regions where the last waters had descended and wrought.
Okay, so the waters are going to tell you every last season from the beginning to the end. That's the during the times of Adam and Eve. Is going to be talking about us coming out of Egypt, the kingdom of David and Solomon, and then after that, the kingdoms after David and Solomon, and it's going to tell you everything to the end, even when we go back to Zion. Now he's going to describe what it's going to look like, what you're going to see. So let's get ready to learn that. Open your minds up and then look around at what we're going to see. The Most High Yah told Moses, told everybody, everything. He told Baruch, he told Enoch, he showed it to Esdras, he showed it to Abraham, he showed it to all the prophets, the beginning to the end. See, they took out these books so you wouldn't know. They told you don't read these books so you wouldn't know. The Most High Yah said, I did not hide anything. I told you everything. He didn't hide nothing. He told everything to the prophets. He said, I did not do anything without telling the prophets first. He told them. They just hid it from us. We have to seek it. We have to search for it. We have to search for the truth. So here's the truth.
The station, and it took hold of the whole earth and had dominion over it. And I saw after these things, and lo, 12 rivers were ascending from the sea, and they began to surround that lightning and to become subject to it. And by reason of my fear, I awoke. Chapter 54. And I besought the Mighty One and said, Thou alone, O Lord, knowest of aforetime the deep things of the world, and the things which befall in their times, thou bringest about by thy word, and against the works of the inhabitants of the earth, thou dost hasten the beginnings of the times, and the end of the seasons thou alone knowest. Thou, for whom nothing is too hard, but who dost everything easily by a nod, thou to whom the depths come as the heights, and whose word the beginnings of the ages serve. Thou who revealest to those who fear thee what is prepared for them, that thenceforth they may be comforted. Thou showest great acts to those who know not. Thou breakest up the enclosure of those who are ignorant, and lightest up what is dark, and revealest what is hidden to the pure, who in faith have submitted themselves to thee and thy law. Thou hast shown to thy servant this vision. Reveal to me also its interpretation. For I know that as regard those things wherein I besought thee, I have received a response. And as regards what I besought, thou didst reveal to me with what voice I should praise thee, and from what members I should cause praises and hallelujahs to ascend to thee. For if my members were mouths, and the hairs of my head voices, even so I could not give thee the need of praise, nor laud thee as is befitting, nor could I recount thy praise who are more excellent than I, that I have heard all these marvelous things from the Most High, and numberless promises from him who created me. Blessed be my mother amongst those that bear, and praised among women be she that bare me. For I will not be silent in praising the Mighty One, and with the voice of praise I will recount his marvelous deeds. For who doeth like unto thy marvelous deeds, O God? Or who comprehendeth thy deep thought of life? For with thy counsel thou dost govern all the creatures which thy right hand has created, and thou hast established every fountain of light beside thee, and the treasures of wisdom beneath thy throne hast thou prepared. And justly do they perish who have not loved thy law, and the torment of judgment shall await those who have not submitted themselves to thy power. For though Adam first sinned and brought untimely death upon all, yet of those who were born from him, each one of them has prepared for his own soul torment to come. And again, each one of them has chosen for himself glories to come. For assuredly he who believeth will receive reward. But now, as for you, ye wicked that now are, turn ye to destruction, because ye shall speedily be visited, in that formerly ye rejected the understanding of the Most High. For his works have not taught you, nor has the skill of his creation, which is at all times, persuaded you. Adam is therefore not the cause, save only of his own soul, but each of us has been the Adam of our own soul. But do thou, O Lord, expound to me regarding those things which thou hast revealed to me, and inform me regarding that which I besought thee. For at the consummation of the world, vengeance shall be taken upon those who have done wickedness according to their wickedness, and thou wilt glorify the faithful according to their faithfulness. For those who amongst thine own thou rulest, and those who sin thou blottest out from amongst thine own. Chapter 55. And it came to pass, when I had finished speaking the words of this prayer, that I sat there under a tree, that I might rest in the shade of the branches. And I wondered and was astonished, and pondered in my thoughts regarding the multitude of goodness which sinners who are upon the earth have rejected, and regarding the great torment which they have despised, though they knew that they should be tormented because of the sin they had committed. And when I was pondering on these things and the like, lo, the angel Ramiel, who presides over true visions, was sent to me. And he said unto me, Why does thy heart trouble thee, Baruch? And why does thy thought disturb thee? For if owing to the report which thou hast only heard of judgment thou art so moved, what wilt thou be when thou shalt see it manifestly with thine eyes? And if with the expectation wherewith thou dost expect the day of the Mighty One thou art so overcome, what wilt thou be when thou shalt come to its advent? And if at the word of the announcement of the torment of those who have done foolishly thou art so wholly distraught, how much more when the event will reveal marvelous things? And if thou hast heard tidings of the good and evil things which are then coming and art grieved, what wilt thou be when thou shalt behold what the Majesty will reveal, which shall convict these and cause those to rejoice? Chapter 56. Nevertheless, because thou hast besought the Most High to reveal to thee the interpretation of the vision which thou hast seen, I have been sent to tell thee, and the Mighty One hath assuredly made known to thee the methods of the times that are past, and of those that are destined to pass in his world from the beginning of its creation, even unto its consummation, of those things which are deceit, and of those which are in truth. For as thou didst see a great cloud, which ascended from the sea, and went and covered the earth, this is the duration of the world which the Mighty One made when he took counsel to make the world. And it came to pass, when the word had gone forth from his presence, that the duration of the world had come into being in a small degree, and was established according to the multitude of the intelligence of him who sent it. And as thou didst previously see on the summit of the cloud, black waters which descended previously on the earth, this is the transgression wherewith Adam, the first man, transgressed. For since when he transgressed, untimely death came into being, grief was named, and anguish was prepared, and pain was created, and trouble consummated, and disease began to be established, and Sheol kept demanding that it should be renewed in blood, and the begetting of children was brought about, and the passion of parents produced, and the greatness of humanity was humiliated, and goodness languished. What therefore can be blacker or darker than these things? This is the beginning of the black waters which thou hast seen. And from these black waters again were black derived, and the darkness of darkness was produced. For he became a danger to his own soul, even to the angels became he a danger. For moreover, at that time when he was created, they enjoyed liberty, and some of them descended and mingled with the women, and then those who did so were tormented in chains. But the rest of the multitude of the angels, of which there is no number, restrained themselves. Those who dwelt on the earth perished together with them through the waters of the deluge. These are the black first waters. Chapter 57. And after these waters thou didst see bright waters. This is the fount of Abraham, also his generations, and the advent of his son, and of his son's son, and of those
Okay, so now he's talking about Abraham. Listen.
like them. Because at that time the unwritten law was named amongst them, and the works of the commandments were then fulfilled, and belief in the coming judgment was then generated, and hope of the world that was to be renewed was then built up, and the promise of the life that should come hereafter was implanted. These are the bright waters which thou hast seen. Chapter 58. And the black third waters which thou hast seen, these are the mingling of all sins which the nations afterwards wrought after the death of those righteous men, and the wickedness of the land of Egypt, wherein they did wickedly in the service wherewith they made their sons to serve. Nevertheless, these also perished at last. Chapter 59.
At Raising Cane's, we focus on making the most craveable chicken finger meals, getting them right every time.
Over 60 years ago, Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom brought the wonders of the natural.
And the bright fourth waters which thou hast seen are the advent of Moses and Aaron and Miriam and Joshua the son of Nun and Caleb, and of all those like them. For at that time the lamp of the eternal law shone on all those who sat in darkness, which announced to them that believe the promise of their reward, and to them that deny the torment of fire which is reserved for them. But also the heavens at that time were shaken from their place, and those who were under the throne of the Mighty One were perturbed when he was taking Moses unto himself, for he showed him many admonitions, together with the principles of the law and the consummation of the times, as also to thee, and likewise the pattern of Zion and its measures, in the pattern of which the sanctuary of the present time was to be made. But then also he showed to him the measures of the fire, also the depths of the abyss, and the weight of the winds, and the number of the drops of rain, and the suppression of anger, and the multitude of long suffering, and the truth of judgment, and the root of wisdom, and the riches of understanding, and the fount of knowledge, and the height of the air, and the greatness of paradise, and the consummation of the ages, and the beginning of the day of judgment, and the number of the offerings, and the earths which have not yet come, and the mouth of Gehenna, and the station of vengeance, and the place of faith, and the region of hope, and the likeness of future torment, and the multitude of innumerable angels, and the flaming hosts, and the splendor of the lightning, and the voice of the thunders, and the orders of the chiefs of the angels, and the treasuries of light, and the changes of times, and the investigations of the law. These are the bright fourth waters which thou hast seen. Chapter 16. And the black fifth waters which thou hast seen raining are the works which the Amorites wrought, and the spells of their incantations which they wrought, and the wickedness of their mysteries, and the mingling of their pollution. But even Israel was then polluted by sins in the days of the judges, though they saw many sin which were from him who made them. Chapter 61. And the bright sixth waters which thou didst see. This is the time in which David and Solomon were born. And there was at that time the building of Zion, and the dedication of the sanctuary, and the shedding of much blood of the nations that sinned then, and many offerings which were offered then in the dedication of the sanctuary. And peace and tranquility existed at that time, and wisdom was heard in the assembly, and the
So for those people who teaching that we never, ever, ever done the law, they're lying. Listen to what he says in chapter 61.
riches of understanding were magnified in the congregations, and the holy festivals were fulfilled in blessedness and in much joy. And the judgment of the rulers was then seen to be without guile, and the righteousness of the precepts of the Mighty One was accomplished with truth. And the land, which was then beloved by the Lord, and because its inhabitants sinned not, it was glorified beyond all lands. And the city Zion ruled then over all lands and regions.
What did he just say? What did he just say? That the inhabitants did what? That they sinned not. For those people who are teaching that we never followed the law, the inhabitants sinned not. During the time of who? David and Solomon. And do y'all know there was more than one David, and there was more than one Solomon? There was David Jr.'s and there was Solomon Jr.'s. There was more than one David and there was more than one Solomon. We'll do that lesson another day. We'll do that lesson on another day. But there was more than one David and there was more than one Solomon. Their reign, David and Solomon, the David and Solomon dynasty, which is the children of them, last 1,000 years. For 1,000 years, which y'all call Tertiary. Okay, so Brian, this is the second book of Baruch. This book goes with the book of Jeremiah. But he says here, the inhabitants did not sin during the time of who? During the times of who? Solomon did not have 700 wives. Not all David's sin. Not all David's sin. Not all Solomon's sin. There was more than one Solomon. There was more than one David. Because I was asking y'all, I didn't understand. Because he showed me that Solomon and David kingdom was 1,000 years. And I was like, so did they live 1,000 years? What is that? And he showed me that they didn't live 1,000 years. That their offspring, they're counting them as one. They're counting them as one. They're counting the Davids as one, and they're counting, let's do with their remote. Here it is. Okay. They're counting the Davids as one, and they're counting the Solomons as one. It's one person. This is more than one person. It's more than one person.
These are the bright waters which thou hast seen. Chapter 62. And the black seventh waters which thou hast seen.
Let's go back. This is during the time of
Holy
David and Solomon.
festivals were fulfilled
David
in
and
blessedness
Solomon.
and in much joy. And the judgment of the rulers was then seen to be without guile, and the righteousness of the precepts of the mighty one was accomplished with truth.
The
And
precepts.
the land, which was then beloved by the Lord, and because its inhabitants sinned not, it was glorified beyond all lands. And the city.
During the David and Solomon times, the inhabitants sinned not. The sin didn't come into Jeremiah's time. That's when all the hell started breaking loose. With the last Solomon, with the last David. That's when all hell started breaking loose. They didn't even know what the Tanakh was. They didn't have access to it.
Zion ruled then over all lands and regions. These are the bright waters which thou hast seen. Chapter 62. And the black seventh waters which thou hast seen. This is the perversion brought about by the counsel of Jeroboam. He
Jeroboam.
took counsel to make 2 calves of gold, and all the iniquities which kings who were after him iniquitously wrought, and the curse of Jezebel, and the worship of idols which Israel practiced at that time, and the withholding of rain, and the famines which occurred until women ate the fruit of their wombs, and the time of their captivity, which came upon the 9 tribes and a half, because they were in many sins. And Salmanasseh, king of Assyria, came and led them away captive. But regarding the Gentiles, it were tedious to tell how they always wrought impiety and wickedness, and never wrought righteousness. These are the black seventh waters, which thou hast seen. Chapter 63. And the bright eighth waters, which thou hast seen. This is the rectitude and uprightness of Hezekiah, king of Judah, and the grace of God which came upon him. For when Sennacherib was stirred up in order that he might perish, and his wrath troubled him in order that he might thereby perish, for the multitude also of the nations which were with him. When, moreover, Hezekiah the king heard those things which the king of Assyria was devising to come and seize him and destroy his people, the 2.5 tribes which remained, nay, more he wished to overthrow Zion also, then Hezekiah trusted in his works, and had hope in his righteousness, and spake with the mighty one, and said, Behold, for lo, Sennacherib is prepared to destroy us, and he will be boastful and uplifted when he has destroyed Zion. And the mighty one heard him, for Hezekiah was wise, and he had respect unto his prayer, because he was righteous. And thereupon the mighty one commanded Ramiel, his angel who speaks with thee, and I went forth and destroyed their multitude, the number of whose chiefs only was 185,000. burned their bodies within, but their raiment and arms I preserved outwardly, in order that the still more wonderful deeds of the Mighty One might appear, and that thereby his name might be spoken of throughout the whole earth. And Zion was saved, and Jerusalem delivered. Israel also was freed from tribulation. And all those who were in the Holy Land rejoiced, and the name of the Mighty One was glorified, so that it was spoken of. These are the bright waters which thou hast seen. Chapter 64. And the black ninth waters which thou hast seen. This is all the wickedness which was in the days of Manasseh, the son of Hezekiah. For he wrought much impiety, and he slew the righteous, and he wrested judgment, and he shed the blood of the innocent, and wedded women he violently polluted, and he overturned the altars, and destroyed their offerings, and drove forth their priests, lest they should minister in the sanctuary. And he made an image with 5 faces. 4 of them looked to the 4 winds, and the 5th on the summit of the image as an adversary of the zeal of the Mighty One. And then wrath went forth from the presence of the Mighty One, to the intent that Zion should be rooted out, as also it befell in your days. But also against the 2.5 tribes went forth a decree that they should also be led away captive, as thou hast now seen. And to such a degree did the impiety of Manasseh increase, that it removed the praise of the Most High from the sanctuary. On this account, Manasseh was at that time named the Impious. And finally, his abode was in the fire. For though his prayer was heard with the Most High, finally, when he was cast into the brazen horse, and the brazen horse was melted, it served as a sign unto him for the hour. For he had not lived perfectly, for he was not worthy, but that thenceforward he might know by whom finally he should be tormented. For he who is able to benefit is also able to torment. Chapter 65. Thus, moreover, did Manasseh act impiously, and thought that in his time the Mighty One would not inquire into these things. These are the black 9th waters, which thou hast seen. Chapter 66. And the bright 10th waters which thou hast seen. This is the purity of the generations of Josiah, king of Judah, who was the only one at the time who submitted himself to the Mighty One with all his heart and with all his soul. And he cleansed the land from idols, and hallowed all the vessels which had been polluted, and restored the offerings to the altar, raised the horn of the holy, and exalted the righteous, and honored all that were wise in understanding, and brought back the priests to their ministry, and destroyed and removed the magicians and enchanters and necromancers from the land. And not only did he slay the impious that were living, but they also took from the sepulchres the bones of the dead and burned them with fire. And the festivals and the Sabbaths he established in their sanctity, and their polluted ones he burnt in the fire. And the lying prophets which deceived the people, these also he burnt in the fire. And the people who listened to them when they were living, he cast them into the brook Kidron, and heaped stones upon them. And he was zealous with zeal for the Mighty One with all his soul. And he alone was firm in the law at that time, so that he left none that were uncircumcised or that wrought impiety in all the land, all the days of his life. Therefore he shall receive an eternal reward, and he shall be glorified with the Mighty One beyond many at a later time. For on his account, and on account of those who are like him, were the honorable glories of which thou wast told before, created and prepared. These are the bright waters which thou hast seen. Chapter 67. And the black 11th waters which thou hast seen. This is the calamity which is now befalling Zion. Thus the
Okay, now do y'all hear that? He gave him the future, gave him the past. He gave him the past. Now, he's talking to Baruch right now in Baruch's present time. Baruch is seeing this happen right before he said, now, these are the black 11 waters. This is the 11th waters. How many waters are there? How many waters are there, y'all? This is why you need to go and seek and read. Now, this is the black 11th waters which y'all have you see. This is the 11th water. This is the calamity which you now see, Baruch. Remember at the beginning. Let me see where I'm at. 136. So let's go back. Now at 136, it is now Baruch's time. What happened? When was this time? Let's go back. At the beginning, what is Baruch doing? When is this time? Doing what time?
For this reason, behold, I bring evil upon this city and upon its inhabitants, and it shall be removed from before me for a time, and I will scatter this people among the Gentiles, that they may do good to the Gentiles. And my people shall be chastened, and the time shall come when they will seek for the prosperity of their times. Chapter 2. For I have said these things to thee, that thou mayest bid Jeremiah and all.
During the time of when? So when was the calamity happening? During the time of when? Jeremiah. But this is after David. This is after Solomon. This is after Jeroboam. This is after Manasseh. But it's during the time of Jeremiah. Jeremiah is at this time having a conversation with Baruch. Go read the book of Jeremiah. You will see that Baruch went to the jail to talk to Jeremiah. Now the Most High Yah says, now this is during your time. We are at the 11th water during Baruch's time, aka Jeremiah's time. Now let's go back. This is during the time of Jeremiah and Baruch's time. Let's go back to 136. Then you would know what you're looking at. So you don't know what you're looking at because they hid the books. The Most High Yah says he will not do anything without telling the prophets first. He told everybody first. He told them. He told them everything. He told Moses. He told everybody. This is why Moses asked to die for our sin. And the Most High Yah says, I will not let nobody die for nobody else's sin. Because the Moses was told about this time right here in 136. In 136, Moses was told about this about to happen. Let's go.
And with all his soul, and he cleansed the land from idols, and hallowed all the vessels which had been polluted, and restored the offerings to the altar, raised the horn of the holy, and exalted the righteous, and honored
So Josiah,
the wise in
king of Judah,
and brought back the priests
is
to their ministry,
before
and destroyed
Baruch.
and removed the magicians and enchanters and necromancers from the land. And not only did he slay the impious that were living, but they also took from the sepulchres the bones of the dead and burned them with fire. And the festivals and the Sabbaths he established in their sanctity, and their polluted ones he burnt in the fire. And the lying prophets which deceived the people, these also he burnt in the fire. And the people who listened to them when they were living, he cast them into the brook Kidron, and heaped stones upon them. And he was zealous with zeal for the mighty one with all his soul. and he alone was firm in the law at that time, so that he left none that were uncircumcised or that wrought impiety in all the land, all the days of his life. Therefore he shall receive an eternal reward, and he shall be glorified with the Mighty One beyond many at a later time. For on his account and on account of those who are like him were the honorable glories of which thou was told before, created and prepared. These are the bright waters which thou hast seen. Chapter 67. And the black 11th waters which thou hast seen. This is the calamity which is now before.
So now before, he's telling him now because this is during Baruch's time. This is Jeremiah and Baruch at the same time. This is why they didn't want you to read this book. Because if you read this book, you will know where you at. You will know what time it is. You will know what's going on, when, what, where, and how. How do I know when, what, where, and how? Because now this is following the time of Jeremiah and Baruch. Then you read the book of Jeremiah, then you read the book of Ezekiel, then you read the minor prophets, then you're going to know what's going on. Okay? Then you're going to know what's going on. Let's go. Let's find out what's going to happen after this. After this is the future.
Falling Zion. Dost thou think that there is no anguish to the angels in the presence of the Mighty One, that Zion was so delivered up? And lo, the Gentiles boast in their hearts, and assemble before their idols, and say, She is trodden down, who oft times trod down, and she has been reduced to servitude, who reduced others. Dost thou think that in these things the Most High rejoices, or that his name is glorified?
No.
But how will it serve towards his righteous judgment? Yet after these things shall the dispersed among the Gentiles be taken hold of by tribulation, and in shame shall they dwell in every place.
We are
Because
now.
so far as Zion is delivered up, and Jerusalem.
So now Zion has been delivered up, and we are dispersed amongst the Gentiles. This is the time of now. Keep going.
Laid waste, shall idols prosper in the cities of the Gentiles, and the vapor of the smoke of the incense of the righteousness which is by the law is extinguished in Zion. And in the region of Zion, in every place, lo, there is the smoke of impiety. But the king of Babylon will arise, who is now destroyed Zion.
Who is the king of Babylon? Who is the king of Babylon? The king of Babylon is in Isaiah 14. Who is that? King of Babylon. Who did we teach the king of Babylon is? That's Lucifer. But the king of Babylon will rise and destroy Zion and will boast over the people. Who is the king of Babylon? We know who he is. He is Isaiah 14. Go read Isaiah 14 and you'll know what's going to happen to the king of Babylon, who is in charge right now. King of Babylon is in charge right now.
And he will boast over the people, and he will speak great things in his heart in the presence of the Most High. But he also shall fall at last. These are the black waters. Chapter 68. And the bright 12th waters which thou hast seen, this is the word. For after these things, a time will come when thy people shall fall into distress, so that they shall of perishing together. Nevertheless, they will be saved, and their enemies will fall in their presence, and they will have, in due time, much joy. And at that time, after a little interval, Zion will again be builded, and its offerings will again be restored, and the priests will return to their ministry, and also the Gentiles will come to glorify it. Nevertheless, not fully, as in the beginning. But it will come to pass after these things, that there will be the fall of many nations. These are the bright waters, which thou hast seen. Chapter 69. For the last waters which thou hast seen, which were darker than all that were before them, those which were after the 12th number, which were collected together, belong to the whole world.
The whole
For the
world.
Most High made division from the beginning, because he alone knows what will befall. For as to the enormities and the impieties which should be wrought before him, he foresaw 6 kinds of them. And of the good works of the righteous, which should be accomplished before him, he foresaw 6 kinds of them, beyond those which he should work at the consummation of the age. On his account there were not black waters with black, nor bright with bright, for it is the consummation. Chapter 7.
Rain-X.
Are y'all learning? Are y'all getting this now?
Rain-X.
Are y'all learning what's going on now?
And it flies away. The improved water beading technology lasts longer, so you see clearly. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
The no hidden fee cash out card.
New year, new learning confidence. Like Zookeeper is trusted by parents.
70. Hear therefore the interpretation of the last black waters, which are to come after the black. This is the word. Behold,
Behold,
the days come, and it shall be when the time of the age has ripened, and the harvest of its evil and good seeds has come, that the Mighty One will bring upon the earth and its inhabitants, and upon its rulers, perturbation of spirit and
stupor of heart.
And they
What
shall
is
hate-
stupor? What is a stupor? When you do not want the law. Let's define the word stupor. And you're going to look around, you're going to realize people are in a stupor. The concept of a stupor in the Paleo Hebrew is not represented by one single thing. Not a direct translation to the English word, but there are several terms that convey stupor in English. Difference, nuance, a deep sleep. A deep sleep. So people in a deep sleep, I don't care how much you tell them to read the laws, the statutes, commandments, they don't want it. Then the second one is a numbness. They don't care. They don't love. They don't have anything about love about them. All they care about is money and making money and sex and something, some stupid shit, something stupid. Then there comes the third thing is a spiritual insensibility. Often within biblical context, it is a what? It's called, let me just read them all. It refers to a deep, heavy sleep or a trance. It describes a profound unconscious state, sometimes divinely imposed for specific purposes, as when the Most High Yah put Adam to sleep, or as a metaphor of moral and spiritual stupor, as in Isaiah 29:10. This verb also means to be deep sleep, often highlights the state of being completely unaware or insensible, as is used in describe Jonah's profound sleep in the ship during the storm. Then there means drunkenness. This term metaphor is also, there's a drunkenness you can find in Jeremiah 13:13 and Ezekiel 23:33. It describes bewilderment, helplessness, moral blindness. This is also a divine judgment. Then there's the other one, is to be astonished and astound, a state of being dumb. You are being dumb. There's just straight dumb and numb. That's what it says. A state of being dumb and numb, a loss of sensation akin to a stupor. Look around. Are the people in a stupor? Are they in a stupor? Yes, they are. We are in the last black water. We are in the last black water. Because if you tell somebody law, statutes, commandments, they think you're crazy. They call you y'all only demons. They call you a demon because you follow the law. You have to be in a stupor to think it's evil to follow laws, statutes, and commandments. There's something wrong with you. You are in a mental stupor. We are in that time. Keep going.
Eat one another, and provoke one another to fight, and the mean shall rule over the honorable, and those of low degree shall be extolled above the famous, and the many shall be delivered into the hands of the few.
Those of low degree should be over the famous. Who are the famous? The most famous people on earth are the Israelites. Those of low degree. Trump is low degree. Trump is a low degree person, and he is over the heroic and the famous. Trump ain't got no education. Trump ain't got no boundaries. Trump do whatever the fuck he want and say whatever the fuck he want, and he running the world right now.
Nothing shall rule over the strong, and the poor shall have abundance beyond the rich, and the impious shall exalt themselves above the heroic. The wise shall be silent, and the foolish shall speak. Neither shall the thought of men be then confirmed, nor the counsel of the mighty, nor shall the hope of those who hope be confirmed. And when those things which were predicted have come to pass, then shall confusion fall upon all men, and some of them shall fall in battle, some of them shall perish in anguish, and some of them shall be destroyed by their own. Then the Most High will reveal those peoples whom he has prepared before, and they shall come and make war with the leaders that shall then be left. And shall come to pass that whosoever gets safe out of the war shall die in the earthquake.
That's
and
next.
Whosoever gets safe out of the earthquake shall be burned by the fire.
After
And
that,
whosoever gets safe out of the fire shall be destroyed by famine.
famine
And
coming.
it shall come to pass that whosoever of the victors and the vanquished gets safe out of and escapes all these things aforesaid will be delivered into the hands of my servant Messiah.
His servant Messiah, who is that? You'll know who that is. Obadiah. The book of Obadiah starts right here. The book of Obadiah starts right here. So right now, the wars are happening. Then there's going to come an earthquake. Then there's going to be a fire, a great fire. Then there's going to be famine. And then anybody that makes it out of there, the Most High Yah is going to send in his servants, the Messiahs, the anointed. Messiah just mean anointed one. It ain't no flying dude out of the sky. The Messiahs, my servants, Messiah, they're coming. They're going to do what? They're going to handle them. You're going to see that in the book of Obadiah. There's Obadiah begins right there. Then what happens next? After Obadiah, what happens next?
For all the earth shall devour its inhabitants. Chapter 71. And the Holy Land shall have mercy on its own, and it shall protect its inhabitants at that time.
So the Holy Land is going to do what? So while the Most High Yah have them whooping up on them, we're going to be where? In the Holy Land. On his own. Zion will host his own. So if the Most High Yah has not brought you into the Zion, you ain't going to be there. and it shall protect its inhabitants. Keep going.
Is the vision which thou hast seen, and this is the interpretation. For I have come to tell thee these things, because thy prayer has been heard with the Most High. Chapter 72. Hear now also regarding the bright lightning which is to come at the consummation after these black waters. This is the word. After the signs have come, of which thou wast told before, when the nations become turbulent, and the time of my Messiah is come, he shall both summon all the nations, and some of them he shall spare, and some of them he shall slay. These things therefore shall come upon the nations which are to be spared by him. Every nation which knows not Israel, and has not trodden down the seed of Jacob, shall indeed be spared. And this because some...
You see this? The Most High Yah says, if you don't put your hands on the children of Israel, he gonna do what to you? Every nation which knows not Israel and has not trodden down the seed of Jacob shall indeed be spared. But because some of every nation shall be subject to the people. So this is also talking about, this also incorporates Isaiah 14. But all those who have ruled over you, Jacob and Israel, and have known you, should be given up to what? Sword. So if y'all done lay hands on children of Israel and on the seed of Jacob, children of Israel and Jacob are two different groups. We done learned this already. When he says Jacob, that's the daughters. When he says Israel, that's the men. When he says Jacob, that's the daughters. Did you hear that? When he says Israel, that's the men. Israel is the men, Jacob is the daughters. If you done laid your hand on Jacob, and if you done laid your hand on Israel, you are going to be given over to the sword. That's the daughters, that's the sons. Jacob the daughters, Israel the sons. If you done laid your hands on them, I'm just letting you know, that's your ass. You're going to get that.
Out of every nation shall be subjected to thy people. But all those who have ruled over you or have known you shall be given up to the sword. Chapter 73. And it shall come to pass, when he has brought low everything that is in the world, and has sat down in peace for the age on the throne of his kingdom, that joy shall then be revealed, and rest shall appear. And then healing shall descend in dew, and disease shall withdraw, and anxiety and anguish and lamentation pass from amongst men, and gladness proceed throughout the whole earth. And no one shall again die untimely, nor shall any adversity suddenly befall, and judgments and revilings and contentions and revenges and blood and passions and envy and hatred and whatsoever things are like these shall go into condemnation when they are removed. For it is these very things which have filled this world with evils, and on account of these the life of man has been greatly troubled. And wild beasts shall come from the forest and minister unto men, and asps and dragons shall come forth from their holes to submit themselves to a little child. And women shall no longer then have pain when they bear, nor shall they suffer torment when they yield the fruit of the womb.
Woo! We won't have pain no more women when we have a baby. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Oh, praises to the Most High God. We're gonna have some babies after this, and we're gonna have mixed babies. I asked the Most High God for 600 of them. I asked him for 600. Woo! Hallelujah. He said, no more pain.
Chapter 74. And it shall come to pass in those days that the reapers shall not grow weary, nor those that build be toil-worn. For the works shall of themselves speedily advance together with those who do them in much tranquility. For that time is the consummation of that which is corruptible, and the beginning of that which is not corruptible. Therefore, those things which were predicted shall belong to it. Therefore, it is far away from evils, and near to those things which die not. This is the bright lightning which came after the last dark waters. Chapter 75. And I answered and said, Who can understand, O Lord, thy goodness? For it is incomprehensible. Or who can search into thy compassions, which are infinite? Or who can comprehend thy intelligence? Or who is able to recount the thoughts of thy mind? Or who of those who are born can hope to come to those things, unless he is one to whom thou art merciful and gracious? Because if assuredly thou didst not have compassion on man, those who are under thy right hand, they could not come to those things. But those who are in the numbers named can be called. But if indeed we who exist know wherefore we have come, and submit ourselves to him who brought us out of Egypt, we shall come again and remember those things which have passed, and shall rejoice regarding that which has been. But if now we know not wherefore we have come, and recognize not the principate of him who brought us up out of Egypt, we shall come again and seek after those things which have been now, and be grieved with pain because of those things which have befallen. Chapter 76. And he answered and said unto me, Inasmuch as the revelation of this vision has been interpreted to thee as thou besoughtest, hear the word of the Most High. Thou mayest know what is to befall thee after these things. For thou shalt surely depart from this earth, nevertheless not unto death, but thou shalt be preserved unto the consummation of the times. Go up therefore to the top of that mountain, and there shall pass before thee all the regions of that land, and the figure of the inhabited world, and the tops of the mountains, and the depths of the valleys, and the depths of the seas, and the number of the rivers, that thou mayest see what thou art leaving, and whither thou art going. Now this shall befall after 40 days. Go now therefore during these days, and instruct the people so far as thou art able, that they may learn so as not to die at the last time, but may learn in order that they may live at the last times. Chapter 77. And I, Baruch, went thence, and came to the people, and assembled them together from the greatest to the least, and said unto them, Hear, ye children of Israel, behold, how many ye are who remain of the 12 tribes of Israel. For to you and to your fathers the Lord gave a law more excellent than to all peoples. And because your brethren transgressed the commandments of the Most High, he brought vengeance upon you and upon them. And he spared not the former, and the latter also he gave into captivity. And he left not a residue of them. But behold, ye are here with me. If therefore ye direct your ways aright, ye also shall not depart as your brethren departed, but they shall come to you. For he is merciful whom ye worship, and he is gracious in whom ye hope, and he is true, so that he shall do good and not evil. Have ye not seen here what has befallen Zion? Or do ye perchance think that the place had sinned, and that on this account it was overthrown? Or that the land had wrought foolishness, and that therefore it was delivered up? And know ye not that on account of you who did sin, that which sinned not was overthrown? And on account of those who wrought wickedly, that which wrought not foolishness was delivered up to its enemies. And the whole people answered and said unto me, So far as we can recall the good things which the Mighty One has done unto us, we do recall them, and those things which we do not remember, he in his mercy knows. Nevertheless, do this for us thy people. Write also to our brethren in Babylon an epistle of doctrine and a scroll of hope, that thou mayest confirm them also before thou dost depart from us. For the shepherds of Israel have perished, and the lamps which gave light are extinguished, and the fountains have withheld their stream whence we used to drink, and we are left in the darkness and amid the trees of the forest, and the thirst of the wilderness. And I answered and said unto them, Shepherds and lamps and fountains come from the law, and though we depart, yet the law abideth. If therefore ye have respect to the law, and are intent upon wisdom, a lamp will not be wanting, and a shepherd will not fail, and a fountain will not dry up. Nevertheless, as he said unto me, I will write also unto your brethren.
So the fountain of what? Fountain has water. So if there ye have respect of the law and are intent upon wisdom, a lamp, which is light, a lamp will not be wanting. A light. We are supposed to be the light to the world. So there will be a person who will be teaching it. And a shepherd will not fail. And a fountain will not dry up. There will be a water. There will be law. There will be a light showing you where the law is. If you are wanting it. If you attempt upon it. If you want it, you will find the light. You will find the shepherd and you will find the fountain. But you got to want it.
In Babylon, I will send by means of men, and I will write in like manner to the 9 tribes and a half, and send by means of a bird. And it came to pass on the 21st day in the 8th month, that I, Baruch, came and sat down under the oak, under the shadow of the branches. No man was with me, but I was alone, and I wrote these 2 epistles. One I sent by an eagle to the 9½ tribes, and the other I sent to those that were at Babylon by means of 3 men. And I called the eagle and spake these words unto it. The Most High hath made thee that thou shouldst be higher than all birds. And now go, and tarry not in any place, nor enter a nest, nor settle upon any tree, till thou hast passed over the breadth of the many waters of the river Euphrates, and hast gone to the people that dwell there, and cast down to them this epistle. Remember, moreover, that at the time of the deluge, Noah received from a dove the fruit of the olive, when he sent it forth from the ark. Yea, also the ravens ministered to Elijah, bearing him food, as they had been commanded. Solomon also, in the time of his kingdom, whithersoever he wished to send or seek for anything, commanded a bird to go thither, and it obeyed him as he commanded it. And now let it not weary thee, and turn not to the right hand, nor to the left, but fly, and go by a direct way, that thou mayest preserve the command of the Mighty One, according as I said unto thee. Chapter 78.
So we got the law in our hands. We ended up getting the laws back in our hands. Most High Yah ended up giving us the laws back in our hands. Was these prophecies by Jeremiah, forgotten scribe? Baruch. These are prophecies by Jeremiah, forgotten scribe, Baruch.
The words of that epistle, which Baruch the son of Neriah sent to the 9½ tribes which were across the river Euphrates, in which these things were written. Thus saith Baruch the son of Neriah to the brethren carried into captivity, mercy and peace. I bear in mind, my brethren, the love of him who created us, who loved us from of old, and never hated us, and above all educated us, And truly I know that, behold, all we, the 12 tribes, are bound by one bond, inasmuch as we are born from one Father. Wherefore I have been the more careful to leave you the words of this epistle before I die, that ye may be comforted regarding the evils which have come upon you, and that ye may be grieved also regarding the evil that is befallen your brethren. And again also that ye may justify his judgment, which he has decreed against you, that ye should be carried away captives. For what ye have suffered is disproportioned to what you have done, in order that at the last times ye may be found worthy of your fathers. Therefore, if ye consider that ye have now suffered those things for your good, that ye may not finally be condemned and tormented, then ye will receive eternal hope, if above all ye destroy from your heart vain error, on account of which ye departed hence. For if ye do so these things, he will continually remember you, he who always promised on our behalf to those who were more excellent than we, that he will never forget or forsake us, but with much mercy will gather together again those who were dispersed. Chapter 79. Now, my brethren, learn first what befell Zion, how that Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon came up against us. For we have sinned against him who made us, and we have not kept the commandments which he commanded us. Yet he hath not chastened us as we deserved. For what befell you, we also suffer in a preeminent degree, for it befell us also. Chapter 80.
What is power? The better question is, how much of it can you handle? In the GMC Sierra EV Denali,
Hit 2.9% APR.
Because getting home late gets you that look.
And now, my brethren, I make known unto you that when the enemy had surrounded the city, the angels of the Most High were sent, and they overthrew the fortifications of the strong wall, and they destroyed the firm iron corners which could not be rooted out. Nevertheless, they hid all the vessels of the sanctuary, lest the enemy should get possession of them. And when they had done these things, they delivered thereupon to the enemy the overthrown wall, and the plundered house, and the burnt temple, and the people who were overcome, because they were delivered up, lest the enemy should boast and say, Thus by force have we been able to lay waste even the house of the Most High in war. Your brethren also have they bound and led away to Babylon, and have caused them to dwell there. But we have been left here, being very few. This is the tribulation about which I wrote to you. For assuredly I know that the consolation of the inhabitants of Zion consoleth you, so far as ye knew that it.
So when is the tribulation? When was the tribulation? The tribulation was when we were scattered. The tribulation, Jacob's trouble, was when we went to the four corners of the earth, when we went into slavery. Jacob's trouble already done happened. It done already happened. We at the end of Jacob's trouble.
Was prospered, your consolation was greater than the tribulation which ye endured in having to depart from it. Chapter 81. But regarding consolation, hear ye the word. For I was mourning regarding Zion, and I prayed for mercy from the Most High, and I said, How long will these things endure for us? And will these evils come upon us always? And the Mighty One did according to the multitude of his mercies, and the Most High according to the greatness of his compassion. And he revealed unto me the word, that I might receive consolation. And he showed me visions, that I should not again endure anguish. And he made known to me the mystery of the times, and the advent of the hours he showed me. Chapter 82. Therefore, my brethren, I have written to you, that ye may comfort yourselves regarding the multitude of your tribulations. For know ye that our Maker will assuredly avenge us on all our enemies, according to all that they have done to us. Also, that the consummation which the Most High will make is very nigh, and his mercy that is coming, and the consummation of his judgment is by no means far off. For lo, we see now the multitude of the prosperity of the Gentiles, though they act impiously, but they shall be like a vapor. And we behold the multitude of their power, though they do wickedly, but they shall be made like unto a drop. And we see the firmness of their might, though they resist the mighty one every hour, but they shall be accounted as spittle. And we consider the glory of their greatness, though they do not keep the statutes of the Most High, but as smoke shall they pass away. And we meditate on the beauty of their gracefulness, though they have to do with pollutions. But as grass that withers, they shall fade away. And we consider the strength of their cruelty, though they remember not the end thereof. But as a wave that passes, shall they be broken. And we remark the boastfulness of their might, though they deny the beneficence of God who gave it to them, but they shall pass away like a passing cloud. Chapter 83. For the Most High will assuredly hasten his times, and he will assuredly bring on his hours, and he will assuredly judge those who are in his world, and will visit in truth all things by means of all their hidden works. And he will assuredly examine the secret thoughts, and that which is laid up in the secret chambers of all the members of man. And
So he's going to examine your thoughts. So you cannot get away with nothing with y'all. He will assuredly examine the secret thoughts and that which is laid up in the secret chambers of all the members of man. You cannot get away with nothing.
will make them manifest in the presence of all with reproof. Let none therefore of these present things ascend into your hearts, but above all, let us be expectant, because that which is promised to us shall come. And let us not now look unto the delights of the Gentiles in the present, but let us remember what has been promised to us in the end. For the ends of the times and of the seasons, and whatsoever is with them, shall assuredly pass by together. The consummation, moreover, of the age shall then show the great might of its ruler, when all things come to judgment. Do ye therefore prepare your hearts for that which before ye believed, lest ye come to be in bondage in both worlds, so that ye be led away captive here, and be tormented there. For that which exists now, or which has passed away, or which is to come, in all these things, neither is the evil fully evil.
Did you hear that? Do ye therefore prepare your hearts for that which before ye believed. You better clean them hearts out, y'all. Why? Why? Least you come to be in bondage in both worlds. Y'all want to go through all this hell now and then go through hell again? Least ye come to be in bondage in both worlds, so that you be led captive here and then tormented there. Y'all, they teaching y'all there ain't no hell, they'll lie and the truth ain't in them. They'll lie and the truth ain't in them. We rather deal with our punishment now. Take your punishment like a woman and a man now. Take it like a woman and a man now. Or you're going to go into another captivity that you'll be tormented forever. You don't want to do that.
nor again the good, fully good. For all healthinesses of this time are turning into diseases, and all might of this time is turning into weakness, and all the force of this time is turning into impotence, and every energy of youth is turning into old age and consummation, and every beauty of gracefulness of this time is turning faded and hateful, and every proud dominion of the present is turning into humiliation and shame, and every praise of the glory of this time is turning into the shame of silence, and every vain splendor and insolence of this time is turning into voiceless ruin, and every delight and joy of this time is turning to worms and corruption, and every clamor of the pride of this time is turning into dust and stillness, and every possession of riches of this time is being turned into Sheol alone, and all the rapine of passion of this time is turning into involuntary death, and every passion of the lusts of this time is turning into a judgment torment, and every part of the craftiness of this time is turning into a proof of the truth, and every sweetness of unguents of this time is turning into judgment and condemnation, and every love of lying is turning to contempt through truth. Since therefore all these things are done now, does anyone think that they will not be of that nation? But the consummation of all things will come to the truth. Chapter 84. Behold, I have therefore made known unto you these things whilst I live. And I have said it, that ye should learn the things that are excellent. For the mighty one commanded me to instruct you. And I will set before you some of the commandments of his judgment before I die. Remember that formerly Moses assuredly called heaven and earth to witness against you, and said, if ye transgress the law, ye shall be dispersed. But if ye keep it, ye shall be kept. And other things also he used to say unto me, when we, the 12 tribes, were together in the desert. And after his death, ye cast them away from you. On this account, there came upon you what had been predicted. And now Moses used to tell you before they befell you. And lo, they have before you, for ye have forsaken the law. Lo, I also say unto you, after ye have suffered, that if ye obey those things which have been said unto you, ye will receive from the mighty one whatever has been laid up and reserved for you. Moreover, let this epistle be for a testimony between me and you, that ye may remember the commandments of the mighty one, and that also there may be to me a defense in the presence of him who sent me. And remember ye the law and Zion and the Holy Land and your brethren and the covenant of your fathers, and forget not the festivals and the Sabbaths, and deliver ye this epistle and the traditions of the law to your sons after you, as also your fathers delivered before they befell you. And lo, they have befallen you, for ye have forsaken the law. Lo, I also say unto you, after ye have suffered, that if ye obey those things which have been said unto you, ye will receive from the mighty one whatever has been laid up and reserved for you. Moreover, let this epistle be for a testimony between me and you, that ye may remember the commandments of the mighty one, and that also there may be to me a defense in the presence of him who sent me. And remember ye the law and Zion and the Holy Land and your brethren and the covenant of your fathers, and forget not the festivals and the Sabbaths, and deliver ye this epistle and the traditions of the law to your sons after you, as also your fathers delivered them to you. And at all times make request perseveringly, and pray diligently with your whole heart, that the mighty one may be reconciled to you, and that he may not reckon the multitude of your sins, but remember the rectitude of your fathers. For if he judges not according to the multitude of his mercies, woe unto all us who are born. Chapter 85. Know ye, moreover, that in former times and in the generations of old, our fathers had helpers righteous men and holy prophets. Nay, more, we were in our own land, and they helped us when we sinned, and they interceded for us with him who made us, because they trusted in their works. And the Mighty One heard their prayer and forgave us. And now the righteous have been gathered, and the prophets have fallen asleep. And we also have gone forth from the land, and Zion has been taken from us. And we have nothing now, save the Mighty One and his law. If, therefore, we direct and dispose our hearts, we shall receive everything that we lost, and much better things than we lost by many times. For what we have lost was subject to corruption, and what we shall receive shall not be corruptible. Moreover also, I have written thus to our brethren to Babylon, that to them also I may attest these very things, and that all those things aforesaid be always before your eyes, because we are still in the spirit and the power of our liberty. Again, moreover, the Most High also is long suffering towards us here, and he hath shown to us that which is to be, and hath not concealed from us what will before the end. Before, therefore, judgment accepts its own, and truth that which is its due. Let us prepare our soul,
I get the young
that
ones
we
so
may
they can
possess
flourish.
and not be taken possession of, and that we may hope and not be put to shame, and that we may rest with our fathers, and not be tormented with our enemies. For the youth of the world is past, and the strength of the creation already exhausted, and the advent of the times is very short. Yea, they have passed by, and the pitcher is near to the cistern, and the ship to the port, and the course of the journey to the city, and life to its consummation. And again, prepare your souls, so that when ye sail and ascend from the ship, ye may have rest, and not be condemned when ye depart. For lo, when the Most High will bring to pass all these things, there shall not there be again a place of repentance, nor a limit to the times, nor a duration for the hours, nor a change of ways, nor place for prayer, nor sending of petitions, nor receiving of knowledge, nor giving of love, no place of repentance for the soul, nor supplication for offenses, nor intercession of the fathers, nor prayer of the prophets, nor help of the righteous. There is the sentence of corruption, the way of fire, and the path which bringeth to Gehenna. On this account there is one law by one age, and end for all who are in it. Then he will preserve those whom he can forgive, and at the same time destroy those who are polluted with sins. Chapter 86. When therefore ye receive this my epistle, read it in your congregations with care, and meditate thereon, above all, on the days of your fasts. And bear me in mind by means of this epistle, as I also bear you in mind in it, and always. Fare ye well. Chapter 57. And it came to pass, when I had ended all the words of this epistle, and had written it sedulously to its close, that I folded it and sealed it carefully, and bound it to the neck of the eagle, and dismissed and sent it.
So now you know that it was sent to this was sent to the synagogue. Oh, let's go. That big old package for that little thing. Now, let's find out Obadiah. What does Obadiah say?
Discover the University of Minnesota Twin Cities, where bold minds don't wait.
Thank you.
Sure if you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. And President Trump responded. It says Fox News polls.
The book of Obadiah, King James Version, read by Justin Bible. May God bless you with an unquenchable thirst for his holy word, the Bible. Obadiah, the vision of Obadiah. Thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised. The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord. If thieves came to thee, if robbers by night, how art thou cut off? Would they not have stolen till they had enough? If the grape gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some grapes? How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up? All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding in him. Shall I not in that day, saith the Lord, even destroy the wise men out of Edom, and understanding out of the mount of Esau? And thy mighty men, O Teman, shall be dismayed, to the end that every one of the mount of Esau may be cut off by slaughter. For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever. On the day that thou stoodest on the other side, and the day that the strangers carried away captive his horses, and foreigners entered into his gates, and cast lots upon Jerusalem, even thou wast as one of them. But thou shouldest not have looked on the day of thy brother, in the day that he became a stranger, neither shouldest thou have rejoiced over the children of Judah in the day of their destruction, neither shouldest thou have spoken proudly in the day of distress. Thou shouldest not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity. Yea, thou shouldest not have looked on their affliction in the day of their calamity, nor have laid hands on their substance in the day of their calamity. Neither shouldest thou have stood in the crossway to cut off those of his that did escape. Neither shouldest thou have delivered up those of his that did remain in the day of distress. For the day of the Lord is near upon all the heathen. As thou hast done, it shall be done unto thee. Thy reward shall return upon thine own head. For as ye have drunk upon my holy mountain, so shall all the heathen drink continually. Yea, they shall drink, and they shall swallow down, and they shall be as though they had not been. But upon Mount Zion shall be deliverance, and there shall be holiness, and the house of Jacob shall possess their possessions. And the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame. And
the house of who gonna be who gonna do what? The house of who? The house of Jacob? When he's talking about Jacob, he's talking about who?
The house of Esau for stubble, and they shall kindle in them and devour them, and there shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau, for the Lord hath spoken it. And they of the south shall possess the mount of Esau.
They of the south. Who's the south? Ain't that the kingdom of Judah? And they of the south shall possess the mount of Esau. So this is where the south is going to live. The tribes of the south gonna live where? In the mount of Esau. I thought they were the good ones.
And they of the plain, the Philistines, and they shall possess the fields of Ephraim, and the fields of Samaria, and Benjamin shall possess Gilead. And the captivity of this host of the children of Israel shall possess that of the Canaanites, even unto Zarephath. And the captivity of Jerusalem, which is in Sepharad, shall possess the cities of the south. and saviors shall come up on Mount Zion to judge the Mount of Esau.
So where are the people who was cut, the captive of Israel, where we gonna live at? You know, the north, where we gonna live at? He said, we're gonna live where the south used to live. Where's that? That's in Zion.
And the kingdom shall be the Lord's. The end of Obadiah, King James Version, read by Justin Bible. May God bless you with an unquenchable thirst for his holy word, the Bible.
Now, let's go. One more thing, I'm gonna let y'all go. Where is it at? Where is it at?
At Raising Cane's, we focus on making the most craveable chicken finger meals, getting them right every time.
Be prepared this flu season. Have oscillococcinum ready at the first sign of flu-like symptoms.
saying, Wherefore dost thou prophesy, and say, Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will give this city into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall take it. And Zedekiah king of Judah shall not escape out of the hand of the Chaldeans, but shall surely be delivered into the hand of the king of Babylon, and shall speak with him mouth to mouth, and his eyes shall behold his eyes. And he shall lead Zedekiah to Babylon, and there shall he be until I visit him, saith the Lord. Though ye fight with the Chaldeans, ye shall not prosper. And Jeremiah said, The word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Behold, Hanameel, the son of Shallum, thine uncle, shall come unto thee, saying, Buy thee my field that is in Anathoth, for the right of redemption is thine to buy it. So Hanameel, mine uncle's son, came to me in the court of the prison according to the word of the Lord, and said unto me, Buy my field, I pray thee, that is in Anathoth, which is in the country of Benjamin. For the right of inheritance is thine, and the redemption is thine. Buy it for thyself. Then I knew that this was the word of the Lord. And I bought the field of Hanameel, my uncle's son, that was in Anathoth, and weighed him the money, even 17 shekels of silver. And I subscribed the evidence and sealed it, and took witnesses, and weighed him the money in the balances. So I took the evidence of the purchase, both that which was sealed according to the law and custom, and that which was open. And I gave the evidence of the purchase unto Baruch, the son of Neriah, the son of Maaseiah, in the sight of Hanam.
So Jeremiah gave the evidence to who? Who we just got to read it? To Baruch. So Baruch was there, the same one we just got to read during the time of Jeremiah. Jeremiah gave it to who? Baruch. Who we just got to read it? Baruch. He gave it to who? Baruch. It's Jeremiah 32. He gave the evidence to who? Baruch. He gave it to who? So why are you not reading the books of Baruch? What? He subscribes books. Baruch does what? He writes the books. What does it do with that remote?
Mine uncle's son, and in the presence of the witnesses that subscribed the book of the purchase before all the Jews that sat in the court of the prison. And I charged Baruch before them, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Take these evidences, this evidence of the purchase, both which is sealed, and this evidence which is open, and put them in an earthen vessel, that they may continue many days. For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, houses and fields and vineyards shall be possessed again in this land. Now when I had delivered the evidence of the purchase unto Baruch the son of Neriah, I prayed unto the Lord, saying, Ah, Lord God, behold, thou hast made the heaven and the earth by thy great power and stretched out arm, and there is nothing too hard for thee. Thou showest loving kindness unto thousands, and recompensest the iniquity of the fathers into the bosom of their children after them. The great, the mighty God, the Lord of hosts is his name. Great in counsel and mighty in work, for thine eyes are open upon all the ways of the sons of men, to give every one according to his ways and according to the fruit of his doings, which hast set signs and wonders in the land of Egypt, even unto this day, and in Israel, and among other men, and hast made thee a name as at this day, and hast brought forth thy people Israel out of the land of Egypt with signs and with wonders, and with a strong hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with great terror, and hast given them this land which thou didst swear to their fathers to give them, a land flowing with milk and honey. And they came in and possessed it, but they obeyed not thy voice, neither walked in thy law. They have done nothing of all that thou commandedst them to do. Therefore thou hast caused all this evil to come upon them. Behold the mounts, they are come unto the city to take it, and the city is given into the hand of the Chaldeans that fight against it, because of the sword, and of the famine, and of the pestilence. And what thou hast spoken is come to pass, and behold, thou seest it. And thou hast said unto me, O Lord God, buy thee the field for money, and take witnesses, for the city is given into the hand of the Chaldeans. Then came the word of the Lord unto Jeremiah, saying, Behold, I am the Lord, the God of all flesh. Is there anything too hard for me? Therefore thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will give this city into the hand of the Chaldeans, and into the hand of Nebuchadrezzar king of Babylon, and he shall take it. And the Chaldeans that fight against this city shall come and set fire on the city, and burn it with the houses upon whose roofs they have offered incense unto Baal, and poured out drink offerings unto other gods, to provoke me to anger. For the children of Israel and the children of Judah have only done evil before me from their youth. For the children of Israel have only provoked me to anger with the work of their hands, saith the Lord. For this city hath been to me as a provocation of mine anger and of my fury from the day that they built it, even unto this day, that I should remove it from before my face, because of all the evil of the children of Israel and of the children of Judah, which they have done to provoke me to anger. They, their kings, their princes, their priests, and their prophets, and the men of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And they have turned unto me the back and not the face. Though I taught them, rising up early and teaching them, yet they have not hearkened to receive instruction. But they set their abominations in the house which is called by my name, to defile it. And they built the high places of Baal, which are in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to cause their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire unto Molech, which I commanded them not, neither came it into my mind that they should do this abomination, to cause Judah to sin.
What did he just say? It's the second time he says that in Jeremiah. He says it in Jeremiah 9. Then he says it again in Jeremiah 32. He says what? He said what? Verse 35. And they built high places of Baal, which are in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to cause their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire unto Molech, which I commanded them not. Neither, it never came into my mind. What sacrifice never came into the mind of the Creator. It's the second time he said it. Second time in the same book. He says that they should do this abomination. It's abomination to sacrifice. He says, and to cause Judah to sin because they sacrificed. Now, let's go find out what Judah did. What did Judah do? Where is it? Truth will set you free and set you apart. What did Judah do? They paid tribute, y'all. They paid tribute.
Sefer of the prophet Baruch Rishon, also called
What did Judah do, y'all?
Sefer of the
What did
prophet
Judah do?
Baruch Rishon, also called the first book of the prophet Baruch. Chapter 1. And these are the words of the Sefer, which Baruch, the son of Neriyahu, the son of Maaseyahu, the son of Sedekiyahu, the son of Asadayahu, the son of Kelkiyahu, wrote in Babel in the 5th year and in the 7th day of the month. What time as the Chassidim took Yerushalayim, Jerusalem, and burnt it with fire. And Baruch did read the words of the Sefer in the hearing of Yechanyahu, the son of Yahuakim, king of Yehuda, and in the ears of all the people that came to hear the Sefer, and in the hearing of the nobles and of the king's sons, and in the hearing of the elders, and of all the people, from the lowest unto the highest, even of all of them that dwelt at Babel, by the river Cud. Whereupon they wept, fasted, and prayed before Yahuwah. They also made a collection of money according to every man's power. And they sent it to Yerushalayim, unto Joachim, the high priest, the son of Kelkiyahu, the son of Shalom, and to the priests, and to all the people which were found with him at Yerushalayim. At the same time, when he received the vessels of the house of Yahuwah that were carried out of the temple, to return to them into the land of Yahu, the 10th day of the month, Sivan, namely silver vessels, which Sedekiyahu, the son of Yoshiyahu, king of Yehuda, had made. After that, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, had carried away Yechanyahu and the princes and the captives and the mighty men and the people of the land from Yerushalayim, and brought them unto Babel.
What are you making?
And they said, Behold, we have sent you money to buy you ascending smoke offerings and sin offerings and incense, and prepare ye manna, and offer upon the altar of Yahuwah Adonai, and pray for the life of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, and for the life of Baalshazar, his son, that their days may appear upon the earth as the days of Shamayim heaven. And Yahuwah will give us strength and lighten our eyes, and we shall live under the shadow of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, and under the shadow of Baalshazar, his son, and we shall serve them many days and find favor in their sight. Pray for us also unto Yahuwah Adonai, For we have sinned against Yahuwah Alanahu, and unto this day the fury of Yahuwah and his wrath is not turned from us. And ye shall read this sefer, which we have sent unto you, to make confession in the house of Yahuwah upon the feast and solemn days. And ye shall say, Yahuwah Alanahu brings righteousness, but unto us the confusion of faces, as it is come to pass this day, unto them of Yehud, and to the inhabitants of Yerushalayim, and to our kings, and to our princes, and to our priests, and to our prophets, and to our fathers, for we have sinned before Yahuwah, and disobeyed him, and have not hearkened unto the voice of Yahuwah Alanahu, to walk in the commandments that he gave us openly, since the day that Yahuwah brought our forefathers out of the land of Mitzrayim unto this present day. We have been disobedient under Yahuwah Alanahu, and we have been negligent in not hearing his voice. Wherefore the evils cleaved unto us, and the curse which Yahuwah appointed by Moshe, the servant at the time, that he brought our fathers out of the land of Mitzrayim, to give us a land that flows with milk and honey, like as it is to see this day. Nevertheless, we have not hearkened unto the voice of Yahuwah Alanahu, according unto all the words of the prophets whom he sent unto us. But every man followed the imagination of his own wicked heart, to serve strange Elohim, and to do evil in the sight of Yahuwah Alanahu. Chapter 2. Therefore Yahuwah has made good his word, which he pronounced against us, and against our judges that judged Yasharah, and against our kings, and against our princes, and against the men of Yasharah and Yehuda, to bring upon us great plagues, such as never happened under the whole Shamayim, as it came to pass in Yerushalayim, according to the things that were written in the Torah of Moshe, that a man should eat the flesh of his own son and the flesh of his own daughter. Moreover, he has delivered them to be in subjection to all the kingdoms that are round about us, to be as a reproach and a desolation among all the people round about, where Yahuwah has scattered them. Thus we were cast down and not exalted, because we have sinned against Yahuwah Alanahu, and have not been obedient unto his voice. To Yahuwah Alanahu appertains righteousness, but unto us and to our fathers open shame, as appears this day. For all these plagues are come upon us, which Yahuwah has pronounced against us. Yet have we not prayed before Yahuwah, that we might turn everyone from the imaginations of his wicked heart. Wherefore Yahuwah watched over us for evil, and Yahuwah has brought it upon us. For Yahuwah is righteous in all his works, which he has commanded us. Yet we have not hearkened unto his voice, to walk in the commandments of Yahuwah, that he has set before us. And now, O Yahuwah, Elohim of Yasharah, that have brought your people out of the land of Mitzrayim with a mighty hand and high arm, and with signs and with wonders, and with great power, and have gotten yourself a name, as appears this day. O Yahuwah Alanahu, we have sinned. We have done wickedness. We have dealt unrighteously in all your ordinances. Let your wrath turn from us, for we are but a few left among the heathen, where you have scattered us. Hear our prayers, O Yahuwah, and our petitions, and deliver us for your own sake, and give us favor in the sight of them which have led us away, that all the earth may know that you are Yahuwah Adonai, because Yasharal and his posterity is called by your name. O Yahuwah, look down from your Kodesh, holy house, and consider us. Bow down your ear, O Yahuwah, to hear us. Open your eyes and behold, for the dead that are in the graves, whose beings, souls, are taken from their bodies, will give unto Yahuwah neither praise nor righteousness. But the being that is greatly vexed, which goes stooping and feeble, and the eyes that fail, and the hungry being will give you praise and righteousness, O Yahuwah. Therefore, we do not make our humble supplication before you, O Yahuwah, Adonai, for the righteousness of our fathers and of our kings. For you have sent out your wrath and indignation upon us, as you have spoken by your servants, the prophets, saying, Thus says Yahuwah, bow down your shoulders to serve the king of Babel. So shall ye remain in the land that I gave unto your fathers. But if ye will not hear the voice of Yahuwah to serve the king of Babel, I will cause to cease out of the cities of Yahud, and from without Yerushalayim, the voice of mirth, and the voice of joy, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride, and the whole land shall be desolate of inhabitants. But we will not hearken unto your voice to serve the king of Babel. Therefore have you made good the words that you spoke by your servants, the prophets, namely, that the bones of our kings and the bones of our fathers should be taken out of their place. And lo, they are cast out to the heat of the day and to the frost of the night. And they died in great miseries by famine, by sword, and by pestilence. And the house which is called by your name have you laid waste, as it is to be seen this day, for the wickedness of the house of Yasharal and the house of Yehuda. O Yahuwah, Adonai, you have dealt with us after all your goodness, and according to all that great mercy of yours, as you spoke by your servant Moshe in the day when you did command him to write the Torah before the children of Yasharal, saying, If you will not hear my voice, surely this very great multitude shall be turned into a small number among the nations where I will scatter them. For I knew that they would not hear me, because it is a stiff-necked people. But in the land of their captivities, they shall remember themselves and shall know that I am Yahuwah Adonai. For I will give them a heart and ears to hear, and they shall praise me in the land of their captivity, and think upon my name, and return from their stiff neck and from their wicked deeds, for they shall remember the way of their fathers, which sinned before Yahuwah. And I will bring them again into the land which I promised with an oath unto their fathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, and they shall be Adonai of it. And I will increase them, and they shall not be diminished. And I will make an everlasting covenant with them to be their Elohim, and they shall be my people, and I will no longer drive my people of Yasharal out of the land that I have given them. Chapter 3. O El Shaddai, Elohim of Yasharal, the being in anguish, the troubled Ruach spirit cries unto you, Hear, O Yahuwah, and have mercy. You are merciful and have pity upon us. because we have sinned before you. For you endure forever, and we perish utterly. O El Shaddai, Elohim of Yasharal, hear now the prayers of the dead inhabitants of Yasharal and of their children, which have sinned before you, and have not hearkened unto the voice of you, their Elohim. For the which cause these plagues cleave unto us. Remember not the iniquities of our forefathers, but think upon your power and your name now at this time. For you are Yahuwah Adonai, and you, O Yahuwah, will we praise. And for this cause, you have put your fear in our hearts, to the intent that we should call upon your name and praise you in our captivity. For we have called to mind all the iniquity of our forefathers that sinned before you. Behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, where you have scattered us for a reproach and a curse, and to be subject to payments according to all the iniquities of our fathers, which departed from Yahuwah Adonai. Hear, Yasharal, the commandments of life. Give ear to understand wisdom. How happens it, Yasharal, that you are in your enemy's land, that you are waxing old in a strange country, that you are defiled with the dead, that you are counted with them that go down into Sheol? You have forsaken the fountain of wisdom. For if you had walked in the way of Elohim, you should have dwelt in peace forever. Learn, where is wisdom? Where is strength? Where is understanding? That you may know also where are length of days and life. Where is the light of the eyes and peace? Who has found out her place? Or who has come into her treasures? Where are the princes of the heathen become, and such as ruled the beasts upon the earth? They that had their pastime with the fowls of the air, and they that hoarded up silver and gold, wherein men trust, and made no end of their getting. For they that wrought in silver, and were so careful, and whose works are unsearchable, they are vanished and gone down to Sheol, and others are come up in their steads. Young men have seen light and dwelt upon the earth, but the way of knowledge have they not known, nor understood the paths thereof, nor laid hold of it. Their children were far off from the way. It has not been heard of in Canaan, neither has it been seen in Teman. The Hagarim that seek wisdom upon the earth, the merchants of Meron and of Teman, the authors of fables and searchers out of understanding. None of these have known the way of wisdom or remember her paths. O Yasharal, how great is the house of Elohim, and how large is the place of his possession. Great and has no end, high and unmeasurable. There were the Nephilim, famous from the beginning, that were of so great stature and so expert in war. Those did not Yahuwah chose, neither gave he the way of knowledge unto them, but they were destroyed because they had no wisdom and perished through their own foolishness. Who has gone up into Shamaim and taken her and brought her down from the clouds? Who has gone over the sea and found her and will bring her for pure gold? No man knows her way, nor thinks of her path. But he that knows all things knows her, and has found her out with his understanding. He that prepared the earth forevermore has filled it with four-footed beasts. He that sends forth light, and it goes, calls it again, and it obeys him with fear. The stars shined in their watches and rejoiced when he calls them. They say, Here we be. And so with cheerfulness they showed light unto him that made them. This is our Elohim, and there shall none other be accounted in the comparison of him. He has found out all the way of knowledge, and has given it unto Yaakov, his servant, and to Yasharal, his beloved. Afterward did he show himself upon earth, and conversed with men. Chapter 4. This is the Sefer of the commandments of Elohim, and the Torah that endures forever. All they that guard it shall come to life, but such as leave it shall die. Turn you, O Yaakov, and take hold of it. Walk in the presence of the light thereof, that you may be illuminated. Give not your honor to another, nor the things that are profitable unto you, to a strange nation. O Yasharal, happy are we, for things that are pleasing to Elohim are made known unto us. Be of good cheer, my people, the memorial of Yasharal. Ye were sold to the nations, not for your destruction, but because ye moved Elohim to wrath. Ye were delivered unto the enemies. For ye provoked him that made you by sacrificing unto devils, and not to Elohim. Ye have forgotten the everlasting Elohim that brought you up, and ye have grieved Yerushalayim that nursed you. For when she saw the wrath of Elohim coming upon you, she said, Hearken, O ye that dwell about Zion. Elohim has brought upon me great mourning, for I saw the captivity of my sons and daughters, which the everlasting brought up upon them. With joy did I nourish them, but sent them away with weeping and mourning. Let no man rejoice over me, a widow, and forsaken of many, who for the sins of my children am left desolate, because they departed from the Torah of Elohim. They knew not his statutes, nor walked in the ways of his commandments, nor trod in the paths of discipline in his righteousness. Let them that dwell about Zion come and remember ye the captivity of my sons and daughters, which the everlasting has brought upon them. For he has brought a nation upon them from far, a shameless nation, and of a strange language, who neither reverenced old man nor pitied child. These have carried away the dear beloved children of the widow, and left her that was alone, desolate, without daughters. But what can I help you? For he that brought these plagues upon you will deliver you from the hands of your enemies. Go your way, O my children, go your way, for I am left desolate. I have put off the clothing of peace and put upon me the sackcloth of my prayer. I will cry unto the everlasting in my days. Be of good cheer, O my children. Try unto Yahuwah, and he will deliver you from the power and hand of the enemies. For my hope is in the everlasting, that he will save you. And joy is come upon me from the Kodesh, Holy One, because of the mercy which shall soon come unto you from the everlasting, our Savior. For I sent you out with mourning and weeping, but Elohim will give you to me again with joy and gladness forever. Like as now the neighbors of Zion have seen your captivity, so shall they see shortly your Yeshua salvation from our Elohim, which shall come upon you with great glory and brightness of the everlasting. My children, suffer patiently the wrath that is come upon you from Elohim, for your enemy has persecuted you, but shortly you shall see his destruction and shall tread upon his neck. My delicate ones have gone rough ways and were taken away as a flock caught of the enemies. Be of good comfort, O my children, and cry unto Elohim, for ye shall be remembered of him that brought these things upon you. For as it was your mind to go astray from Elohim, so being returned, seek him 10 times more. For he that has brought these plagues upon you shall bring you everlasting joy with your Yeshua, salvation.
I don't know what
Take a good heart, O Yerushalayim, for he that gave you that name will comfort you. Miserable are they that afflicted you and rejoiced at your fall. Miserable are the cities which your children served. Miserable is she that received your sons. For as she rejoiced at your ruin and was glad of your fall, so shall she be grieved for her own desolation. For I will take away the rejoicing of her great multitude, and her pride shall be turned into mourning. For fire shall come upon her from the everlasting, long to endure, and she shall be inhabited of devils for a great time. O Yerushalayim, look about you toward the east, and behold the joy that comes unto you from Elohim. Lo, your sons come, whom you sent away. They come gathered together from the east to the west by the word of the Kodesh one, rejoicing in the kavod, glory of Elohim. Chapter 5. Put off, O Yerushalayim, the garment of mourning and affliction, and put on the comeliness of the kavod, glory that comes from Elohim forever. Cast about you a double garment of the righteousness which comes from Elohim, and set a diadem on your head of the kavod of the everlasting. For Elohim will show your brightness unto every country under Shamayim, heaven. For your name shall be called of Elohim forever, the peace of righteousness and the glory of Elohim's worship. Arise, O Yerushalayim, and stand on high, and look about toward the east, and behold your children gathered from the west unto the east by the word of the Kodesh one, rejoicing in the remembrance of Elohim. For they departed from you on foot and were led away of their enemies. But Elohim brings them unto you exalted with kavod, as children of the kingdom. For Elohim has appointed that every high hill and banks of long continuance should be cast down, and valleys filled up, to make even the ground that Yasharal may go safely in the kavod of Elohim. Moreover, even the woods, and every sweet-smelling tree shall overshadow Yasharal by the commandment of Elohim. For Elohim shall lead Yasharal with joy in the light of his kavod, with the mercy and righteousness that comes from him. End of Baruch Rashan. First Baruch.
So what happened? They did what? They sacrificed to what? They sacrificed to devils, to demons, to Baal, to the king of Babylon. That's when they talking about him doing what? Paying tribute. Paying tribute. Can you hand me that brown book right there? Not the big brown book, the Apocrypha. Thank you. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find one more thing. Then I'm gonna leave y'all alone. Stop, dude, cat. Why you being a bad kitty? Why you being a bad kitty? Yeah, I'm trying to find this. The book of Abraham. I'm just gonna see can I find somebody reading the whole Abraham. Y'all need to read the whole Abraham anyway. I was just gonna read a portion of it. Y'all need to read. Y'all need to find. I need to read the whole Abraham. With the remotes. So y'all can find out. And I would just push it down to where library. Where the Most High talk about they sacrifice, they did human sacrifice in the temple. That's not Abraham, that's Adam. Go back. Go back. Sorry, y'all. we go.
Idolatry, chapters 1 through 8. On the day when I claimed the gods of my father.
So let's jump down to 20, I think 25.
One who loveth thee, but himself thou canst not see. But let not thy spirit grow faint, for I am with thee, strengthening thee. Chapter 17. Abraham taught by the that the sixth firmament should be taken away. And I saw there on the fifth firmament the powers of the stars, which carry out the commands laid upon them, and the elements of the earth obeyed them. Chapter 20. The promise of a seed. And the eternal mighty one said to me, Abraham, Abraham. And I said, Here am I. And he said, Consider from above the stars which are beneath thee, and number them for me, and make known to me their number. And I said, When can I? For I am but a man of dust and ashes. And he said to me, As the number of the stars and their power, so will I make thy seed a nation and a people set apart from me in my heritage with Azazel. And I said, O eternal mighty one, let thy servant speak before thee, and let not thine anger kindle against thy chosen one. Lo, before thou leddest me up, Azazel inveighed against me. How then, while he is not now before thee, hast thou constituted thyself with him? Chapter 21. A vision of sin and paradise, the mirror of the world. And he said to me, Look now and understand the creation foreshadowed in this expanse, the creatures existing on it, and the age prepared according to it. And I saw beneath the surfaces of the feet, and I saw beneath the sixth heaven, and what was therein, and then the earth and its fruits, and what moved upon it, and its animate beings, and the power of its men, and the ungodliness of their souls, and their righteous deeds, and the beginnings of their works, and the lower regions, and the perdition therein, the abyss and its torments. I saw there the sea and its islands, and its monsters and its fishes, and Leviathan and his dominion, and his camping ground, and his caves, and the world which lay upon him, and his movements, and the destructions of the world on his account. I saw there streams, and the rising of their waters, and their windings. And I saw there the Garden of Eden and its fruits, the source of the stream issuing from it, and its trees and their bloom, and those who behaved righteously. And I saw therein their foods and blessedness. And I saw there a great multitude, men and women and children, half of them on the right side of the picture, and half of them on the left side of the picture.
So half of them on the right side of the picture, half on the left side of the picture. The people on the right-hand side are the seed of Abraham, the people on the left-hand side are the heathen. That's the other nations.
Chapters 22 to 25. The fall of man and its sequel. And I said, O eternal mighty one, what is this picture of the creatures? And he said to me, This is my will with regard to those who exist in the divine world council. And it seemed well pleasing before my sight. And then afterwards I gave commandment to them through my word. And it came to pass, whatever I had determined to be was already planned beforehand in this picture. And it stood before me ere it was created, as thou hast seen. And I said, O Lord, mighty and eternal, who are the people in this picture, on this side and on that? And he said to me, These which are on the left side are the multitude of the peoples which have formerly been in existence, and which are after thee, destined, some for judgment and restoration, and others for vengeance and destruction at the end of the world. But these which are on the right side of the picture, they are the people set apart for me of the peoples with Azazel. These are they whom I have ordained to be born of thee, and to be called my people. Now look again in the picture, who it is who seduced Eve, and what is the fruit of the tree. And thou wilt know what there shall be, and how it shall be to thy seed among the people at the end of the days of the age. And so far as thou canst not understand, I will make known to thee, for thou art well pleasing in my sight, and I will tell thee what is kept in my heart. And I looked into the picture, and mine eyes ran to the side of the Garden of Eden. And I saw there a man very great in height, and fearful in breadth, incomparable in aspect, embracing a woman, who likewise approximated to the aspect and shape of the man. And they were standing under a tree of the Garden of Eden. And the fruit of this tree was like the appearance of a bunch of grapes of the vine. And behind the tree was standing, as it were, a serpent in form, having hands and feet like a man's, and wings on its shoulders, 6 on the right side and 6 on the left. And they were holding the grapes of the tree in their hands, and both were eating it, whom I had seen embracing. And I said, Who are these mutually embracing? Or who is this that is between them? Or what is the fruit which they are eating, O mighty eternal one? And he said, This is the human world. This is Adam, and this is their desire on the earth. This is Eve, but he who is between them representeth ungodliness, their beginning on the way to perdition, even Azazel. And I said, O eternal, mighty one, why hast thou given to such power to destroy the generation of men in their works upon the earth? And he said to me, They who will to do evil, and how much I hated it in those who do it. Over them I gave him power, and to be beloved of them. And I answered and said, O eternal, mighty one, wherefore hast thou willed to effect that evil should be desired in the hearts of men, since thou indeed art angered over that which was willed by thee at him who is doing what is unprofitable in thy counsel? And he said to me, Being angered at the nations on thy account, and on account of the people of thy family who are to be separated after thee, as thou seest in the picture, the burden of destiny that is laid upon them. And I will tell thee what shall be, and how much shall be in the last days. Look now at everything in the picture. And I looked, and saw there what was before me in creation. I saw Adam and Eve existing with him, and with them the cunning adversary, and Cain, who acted lawlessly through the adversary, and the slaughtered Abel, and the destruction brought and caused upon him through the lawless one. I saw there also impurity, and those who lust after it, and its pollution, and their jealousy, and the fire of their corruption in the lowest parts of the earth. I saw there theft, and those who hasten after it, and the arrangement of their retribution, the judgment of the great assize. I saw there naked men, the foreheads against each other, and their disgrace, and their passion which they had against each other. And
Did you see that? Abraham was showed everything that happened from the beginning to the end. Naked men with their foreheads against each other, doing what? Doing the do thing, having sex.
their retribution. I saw their desire, and in her hand the head of every kind of lawlessness, and her scorn and her waste assigned to perdition. I saw there the likeness of the idol of jealousy, having the likeness of woodwork, such as my father was wont to make. And its statue was of glittering bronze, and before it a man, and he worshipped it, and in front of him an altar, and upon it a boy slain in the presence of the idol. But I said to him, what is this idol? Or what is the altar? Or who are they that are sacrificed? Or who is the sacrificer? Or what is the temple which I see that is beautiful in art, and its beauty being like the glory that lieth beneath thy throne? And he said, hear, Abraham, this which thou seest, the temple and altar and beauty, is my idea of the priesthood of my glorious name, in which dwelleth every single prayer of man, and the rise of kings and prophets, and whatever sacrifice I ordain to be offered to me among my people who are to come out of thy generation. But the statue which thou sawest is mine anger, wherewith the people anger me, who are to proceed for me from thee. But the man whom thou sawest slaughtering, that is he who inciteth murderous sacrifices, of which are a witness to me of the final judgment, even at the beginning of creation. Chapter 26. Why sin is permitted. And I said, O eternal mighty one, wherefore hast thou established that it should be so, and then proclaimed the knowledge thereof? And he said to me, hear, Abraham, and understand what I say to thee, and answer me as I question thee. Why did thy father Terah not listen to thy voice? And why did he not cease from the devilish idolatry until he perished, and his whole household with him? And I said, O eternal mighty one, it was entirely because he did not choose to listen to me, but I too did not follow his works. And he said to me, hear, Abraham, as the counsel of thy father is in him, and as thy counsel is in thee, so also is the counsel of my will in me ready for the coming days, before thou hast knowledge of these, or canst see with thine eyes what is future in them, how those of thy seed will be. Look in the picture. Chapter 28. A vision of judgment and salvation. And I looked and saw, lo, the picture swayed, and from it emerged on its left side the heathen people, and they pillaged those who were on the right side, men and women and children. Some they slaughtered, others they retained with themselves. Lo, I saw them run towards them through 4 entrances, and they burnt the temple with fire, and the holy things that were therein they plundered. And I said, O eternal one, lo, the people that spring from me, whom thou hast accepted, the hordes of the heathen do plunder, and some they kill, while others they hold fast as aliens. And the temple they have burnt with fire, and the beautiful things therein they do rob and destroy. O eternal mighty one, if this be so, wherefore hast thou now lacerated my heart? And why should this be so? And he said to me, hear, Abraham, what thou hast seen shall happen on account of thy seed who anger me, by reason of the statue which thou sawest, and on account of the human slaughter in the picture, through zeal in the temple. But as thou sawest, so.
But what did Judah do? What did Judah do? Judah sacrificed human people in the temple.
Oh, shall it be? And I said, O eternal mighty one, may the works of evil wrought in ungodliness now pass by, but show me rather those who fulfilled the commandments, even the works of his righteousness. For thou canst do this. And he said to me, the time of the righteous meeteth them first, through the holiness flowing from kings and righteous dealing rulers, whom I at first created in order from such to rule among them. But from these issue men who care for their interests, as I have made known to thee, and thou hast seen. Chapters 28 and 29. How long? And I answered and said, O mighty eternal one, hallowed by thy power, be favorable to my petition, for this hast thou brought me up here, and show me, as thou hast brought me up to thy height, to make this known to me, thy beloved one, as much as I ask, whether what I saw shall happen to them for long. And he showed me a multitude of his people, and said to me, on their account, through 4 issues, as thou sawest, I shall be provoked by them, and in these my retribution for their deeds shall be accomplished. But in the 4th outgoing of 100 years and 1 hour of the age, the same is 100 years, it shall be in misfortune among the heathen, but 1 hour in mercy and honor as among the heathen. And I said, O eternal mighty one, and how long a time is an hour of the age? And he said, 12 years have I ordained of this ungodly age to rule among the heathen and in thy seed, and until the end of times it shall be as thou sawest. And do thou reckon and understand and look into the picture. And I looked, and I saw a man going out from the left side of the heathen, and there went out men and women and children from the side of the heathen, many hosts, and worshipped him. And while I still looked, there came out from the right side many, and some insulted that man, while some struck him. Others, however, worshipped him. And I saw how these worshipped him. Azazel ran and worshipped him, and having kissed his face, he turned and stood behind him. And I said, O eternal mighty one, who is the man insulted and beaten, who was worshipped by the heathen with Azazel? And he answered and said, Hear, Abraham, the man whom thou sawest insulted and beaten, and again worshipped. This is the relief granted by the heathen to the people who proceed from thee in the last days, in this 12th hour of the age of ungodliness. But in the 12th year of my final age, I will set up this man from thy generation, whom thou sawest issue from my people. This one all will follow, and such as are called by me will join, even those who change in their counsels. And those whom thou sawest emerge from the left side of the picture, the meaning is, there shall be many from the heathen who set their hopes upon him. And as for those whom thou sawest from thy seed on the right side, some insulting and striking, others worshipping him, many of them shall be offended at him. He, however, is testing those who have worshipped him of thy seed in that 12th hour of the end, with a view to shortening the age of ungodliness. Before the age of the righteous beginneth to grow, my judgment shall come upon the lawless heathen through the people of thy seed, who have been separated for me. In those days I will bring upon all creatures of the earth 10 plagues, through misfortune and disease and sighing of the grief of their soul. Thus much will I bring upon the generations of men, that it be upon it on account of the provocation and the corruption of its creatures, whereby they provoke me. And then shall the righteous men of thy seed be left in the number which is kept secret by me, hastening in the glory of my name to the place prepared beforehand for them, which thou sawest devastated in the picture. And they shall live and be established through sacrifices and gifts of righteousness and truth in the age of the righteous. and shall rejoice in me continually. And they shall destroy those who have destroyed them, and shall insult those who have insulted them. And of those who defamed them they shall spit in the face, scorned by me, while the righteous shall behold me full of joy, rejoicing with my people, and receiving those who return to me in repentance. See, Abraham, what thou hast seen, and hear what thou hast heard, and take full knowledge of what thou hast come to know. Go to thy heritage, and lo, I am with you forever. Chapter 30 and 31. The punishment of the heathen and the ingathering of Israel. But while he was still speaking, I found myself upon the earth, and I said, O eternal, mighty one, I am no longer in the glory in which I was while on high, and what my soul longed to understand in my heart, I do not understand. And he said to me, What is desired in thine heart? I will tell thee, because thou hast sought to see the 10 plagues which I have prepared for the heathen, and have prepared beforehand at the passing over of the 12th hour of the earth. Hear what I divulge to thee. So shall it come to pass. The first is pain of great distress. The second, conflagration of many cities. The third, destruction and pestilence of animals. The fourth, hunger of the whole world and of its people. The fifth, by destruction among its rulers, destruction by earthquake and the sword. The sixth, multiplication of hail and snow. The seventh, the wild beasts will be their grave. The eighth, hunger and pestilence will alternate with their destruction. The ninth, punishment by the sword and flight in distress. The 10th, thunder and voices and destructive earthquake. And then I will sound the trumpet out of the air, and will send mine elect one, having in him all my power, one measure. And this one shall summon my despised people from the nations, and I will burn with fire those who have insulted them, and who have ruled among them in this age. And I will give those who've covered me with mockery to the scorn of the coming age. And I have prepared them to be food for the fire of Hades, and for ceaseless flight to and fro through the air in the underworld beneath the earth. For on them shall they see the righteousness of the Creator, those, namely, who have chosen to do my will, and those who have openly kept my commandments. And they shall rejoice with joy over the downfall of the men who still remain, who have followed the idols and their murders. For they shall putrefy in the body of the evil worm Azazel, and be burnt with the fire of Azazel's tongue. For I had hoped that they would come to me, and not have loved and praised the strange God, and not have adhered to him for whom they were not allotted. But instead they have forsaken the mighty Lord. Chapter 32. Conclusion. Therefore hear, O Abraham, and see. Lo, thy 7th generation shall go out with thee, and they shall go out into a strange land, and they shall enslave them, and evil entreat them, as it were an hour of the age of ungodliness. But the nation whom they shall serve, I will judge.
All right. So now we know what Judah did. We know what's going on. We know what time we are in. There's no more excuses. We know that the law is righteous. We know we need to follow the law, statutes, amendments. We have learned a lot today, haven't we? And for the people in the playback, go back and and just contemplate what the Most High Yah is saying, contemplate what he's saying, and then let us seek him with all your heart and all your soul. You know what? I want y'all to read Jeremiah 9 real quick. Jeremiah 7, 8, and 9. Jeremiah. Let's go back to Jeremiah 7, 8, and 9. And then we'll end it.
Save every day on home decor at Hobby Lobby. Come shop seating, storage,
The Holy Bible, the authorized 1611 King James Version.
Let's go to 7, 8, and 9. Let's see, it should be about here.
For I have heard a voice as of a woman in travail, in the anguish as of her that
The fire, and the women knead their dough to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink.
Right here.
thoroughly execute judgment between a man and his neighbor. If ye oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, and shed not innocent blood in this place, neither walk after other gods to your hurt, then will I cause you to dwell in this place, in the land that I gave to your fathers, forever and ever. Behold, ye trust in lying words that cannot profit. Will ye steal, murder, and commit adultery, and swear falsely, and burn incense unto Baal, and walk after other gods whom ye know not, and come and stand before me in this house, which is called by my name, and say,
We are delivered to do all these abominations?
Is this house, which is called by my name, become a den of robbers in your eyes? Behold, even I have seen it, saith the Lord. But go ye now unto my place which was in Shiloh, where I set my name at the first, and see what I did to it for the wickedness of my people Israel. And now, because ye have done all these works, saith the Lord, and I spake unto you, rising up early and speaking, but ye heard not. And I called you, but ye answered not. Therefore will I do unto this house, which is called by my name, wherein ye trust, and unto the place which I gave to you and to your fathers, as I have done to Shiloh. And I will cast you out of my sight, as I have cast out all your brethren, even the whole seed of Ephraim.
Therefore pray not thou for this people, neither lift up cry nor prayer for them, neither make intercession to me, for I will not hear thee. Seest thou not what they do in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem? The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger. Do they provoke me to anger, saith the Lord? Do they not provoke themselves to the confusion of their own faces?
Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, Behold, mine anger and my fury shall be poured out upon this place, upon man and upon beast, and upon the trees of the field, and upon the fruit of the ground, and it shall burn, and shall not be quenched. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel,
Put your burnt offerings unto your sacrifices, and eat flesh. For I spake not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices. But this thing commanded I them, saying, Obey my voice, and I will be your God, and ye shall be my people. And walk ye in all the ways that I have commanded you, that it may be well unto you.
but they hearkened not, nor inclined their ear, but walked in the counsels and the imagination of their evil heart, and went backward and not forward.
Since the day that your fathers came forth out of the land of Egypt unto this day, I have even sent unto you all my servants the prophets, daily rising up early and sending them. Yet they hearkened not unto me, nor inclined their ear, but hardened their neck. They did worse than their fathers. Therefore thou shalt speak all these words unto them, but they will not hearken to thee. Thou shalt also call unto them, but they will not answer thee. But thou shalt say unto them,
This is a nation that obeyeth not the voice of the Lord their God, nor receiveth correction. Truth is perished and is cut off from their mouth. Cut off thine hair, O Jerusalem, and cast it away, and take up a lamentation on high places. For the Lord hath rejected and forsaken the generation of his wrath. The children of Judah have done evil in my sight, saith the Lord. They have set their abominations in the house which is called by my name to pollute it. And they have built the high places of Tophet, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I commanded them not, neither came it into my heart. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that it shall no more be called Tophet, nor the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. For they shall bury in Tophet till there be no place. And the carcasses of this people shall be meat for the fowls of the heaven, and for the beasts of the earth, and none shall fray them away. Then will I cause to cease from the cities of Judah, and from the streets of Jerusalem, the voice of mirth and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, for the land shall be desolate.
Jeremiah chapter 8.
At that time, saith the Lord, they shall bring out the bones of the kings of Judah and the bones of his princes, and the bones of the priests and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem out of their graves. And they shall spread them before the sun and the moon, and all the hosts of heaven, whom they have loved and whom they have served, and after whom they have walked, and whom they have sought, and whom they have worshipped. They shall not be gathered nor be buried. They shall be for dung upon the face of the earth. And death shall be chosen rather than life by all the residue of them that remain of this evil family, which remain in all the places whither I have driven them, saith the Lord of hosts.
Moreover, thou shalt say unto them, Thus saith the Lord,
Shall they fall and not arise? Shall he turn away and not return? Why then is this people of Jerusalem slidden back by a perpetual backsliding? They hold fast deceit. They refuse to return. I hearkened and heard, but they spake not aright. No man repented him of his wickedness, saying, What have I done? Every one turned to his course, as the horse rusheth into the battle. Yea, the stork in the heaven knoweth her appointed times, and the turtle and the crane and the swallow observe the time of their coming. But my people know not the judgment of the Lord. How do ye say,
We are wise, and the law of the Lord is with us.
Lo, certainly in vain made he it. The pen of the scribes is in vain. The wise men are ashamed. They're dismayed and taken. Lo, they have rejected the...
You hear that? The pen of the wicked scribe. Y'all don't even know his law because of the pen of the wicked scribe.
word of the Lord, and what wisdom is in them? Therefore will I give their wives unto others, and their fields to them that shall inherit them. For every one, from the least even unto the greatest, is given to covetousness. From the prophet even unto the priest, every one dealeth falsely. For they have healed the hurt of the daughter of my people slightly, saying, Peace, peace, when there is no peace. Were they ashamed when they had committed abomination? Nay, they were not at all ashamed, neither could they blush. Therefore shall they fall among them that fall. In the time of their visitation they shall be cast down, saith the Lord. I will surely consume them, saith the Lord, there shall be no grapes on the vine, nor figs on the fig tree, and the leaf shall fade, and the things that I have given them shall pass away from them. Why do we sit still? Assemble yourselves, and let us enter into the defense cities, and let us be silent there. For the Lord our God hath put us to silence, and given us water of gall to drink, because we have sinned against the Lord. We looked for peace, but no good came, and for a time of health, and behold, trouble. The snorting of his horses was heard from Dan. The whole land trembled at the sound of the neighing of his strong ones, for they are come, and have devoured the land and all that is in it, the city and those that dwell therein. For behold, I will send serpents, cockatrices among you, which will not be charmed, and they shall bite you, saith the Lord. When I would comfort myself against sorrow, my heart is faint in me. Behold, the voice of the cry of the daughter of my people because of them that dwell in a far country.
Is not the Lord in Zion? Is not her king in her?
Why have they provoked me to anger with their graven images and with strange vanities? The harvest is past, the summer is ended, and we are not saved.
For the hurt of the daughter of my people am I hurt. I am black. Astonishment hath taken hold on me. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Why then is not the health of the daughter of my people recovered?
New Year, same extra value meals at McDonald's. So now get 2 snack wraps, plus fries, and a medium soft drink for just $8.
For limited time only, prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Hawaii, Alaska, and California, and for delivery.
This is Buick. Now. Buick. Exceptional.
Hi, I'm Melissa Roxburgh. Check out an all-new season of The Hunting Party Thursday at 10, 9 Central on NBC and streaming.
Jeremiah chapter 9.
Oh, that my head were
He said he what?
Astonishment hath taken hold on me. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no... The city and those that dwell therein. For behold, I will send serpents, cockatrices among you, which will not be charmed, and they shall bite you, saith the Lord. When I would comfort myself against sorrow, my heart is faint in me. Behold, the voice of the cry of the daughter of my people because of them that dwell in a far country.
Is not the Lord in Zion? Is not her king in her?
Why have they provoked me to anger with their graven images and with strange vanities? The harvest is past, the summer is ended, and we are not saved.
For the hurt of the daughter of my people am I hurt. I am black.
He said he black. He black, y'all. They black. They black. And they being punished.
Punishment hath taken hold on me. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Why then is not the health of the daughter of my people recovered?
Jeremiah chapter 9.
Oh, that my head were waters, and mine eyes a fountain of tears, that I might weep day and night for the slain of the daughter of my people. Oh, that I had in the wilderness a lodging place of wayfaring men, that I might leave my people and go from them. For they be all adulterers, an assembly of treacherous men, and they bend their tongues like their bow for lies.
was just shortly.
But they are not valiant for the truth upon the earth. For they proceed from evil to evil, and they know not me, saith the Lord. Take ye heed every one of his neighbor, and trust ye not in any brother. For every brother will utterly supplant, and every neighbor will walk with slanders. And they will deceive every one his neighbor, and will not speak the truth. They have taught their tongue to speak lies, and weary themselves to commit iniquity. Thine habitation is in the midst of deceit. Through deceit they refuse to know me, saith the Lord. Therefore, thus saith the Lord of hosts, Behold, I will melt them and try them. Or how shall I do for the daughter of my people? Their tongue is as an arrow shot out. It speaketh deceit. One speaketh peaceably to his neighbor with his mouth, but in heart he layeth his weight. Shall I not visit them for these things, saith the Lord? Shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this? For the mountains will I take up a weeping and wailing, and for the habitations of the wilderness a lamentation, because they are burned up, so that none can pass through them. Neither can men hear the voice of the cattle. Both the fowl of the heavens and the beast are fled. They are gone. And I will make Jerusalem heaps and a den of dragons. And I will make the cities of Judah desolate, without an inhabitant. Who is the wise man that may understand this? And who is he to whom the mouth of the Lord hath spoken, that he may declare it? For what the land perisheth and is burned up like a wilderness, that none passeth through. And the Lord saith,
Because they have forsaken my law which I set before them, and have not obeyed my voice, neither walked therein, but have walked after the imagination of their own heart, and after Balaam which their fathers taught them.
The men taught what? The men taught what? Them to serve who? Who they serving? Balaam. Balaam.
Therefore, thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Behold, I will feed them, even this people, with wormwood, and give them water of gall to drink. I will scatter them also among the heathen, whom neither they nor their fathers have known. And I will send a sword after them till I have consumed them. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Consider ye and call for the mourning women, that they may come, and send for cunning women, that they may come. And let them make haste and take up a wailing for us, that our eyes may run down with tears and our eyelids gush out with waters. For a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion.
How are we spoiled? We are greatly confounded because we have forsaken the land, because our dwellings have cast us out.
Yet hear the word of the Lord, O ye women, and let your ear receive the word of his mouth, and teach your daughters wailing, and every one her neighbor.
What did he say? He said, hear the words of the creator of women. Let your ear give the words of the mouth of the Most High God, and then teach it.
Lamentation.
For death is come up into our windows, and is entered into our palaces, to cut off the children from without, and the young men from the streets.
Speak, thus saith the Lord, even the carcasses of men shall fall as dung upon the open field, and as the handful after the harvestmen. and none shall gather them.
The Most High Yah says, speak, daughters, speak, women, speak. But Paul says, be quiet. But the Most High Yah says, speak.
Thus saith the Lord.
Let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, neither let the mighty man glory in his might.
He says, women, don't let the mighty man glory in his wisdom over you. Let not the mighty man glory in his wisdom over you. Listen to it for again. Women, do not let the mighty man glory in his wisdom over you.
Let not the rich man glory in his riches, but let him that glorieth glory in this, that he understandeth and knoweth me, that I am the Lord which exercise loving kindness, judgment, and righteousness in the earth. For in these things I delight, saith the Lord.
Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will punish all them which are circumcised with the uncircumcised, Egypt and Judah, and Edom and the children of Ammon and Moab, and all that are in the utmost corners that dwell in the wilderness. For all these nations are uncircumcised, and all the house of Israel are uncircumcised in the heart.
There you go. Teach, daughters, teach. Save our children. Because the men are teaching Balaam. They're teaching wickedness. They're teaching drink my blood. They're teaching wickedness.
Drink my blood.
All right, that's it. I'm done for the day. Peace and Baruchas to you, family.